It is time. All right. So. Whoops. Still on this. There's a message. Thanks for your work so far. You solved 2 bugs that had been plaguing me for a while. Nice. So, there's also actually... I think I comment here. Yeah, okay. Oh, man. So he says terrain data, this file. Why did I need to do this? I had to do this because there's, wait, what was the thing that was happening? Why did I name it XC? Get region location. Oh, I remember now. I did this because I wanted the function, but it goes bind method. Would get confused about which one is supposed to be binding. Perhaps I can get around that with just a... Perhaps I can get around with just a realty version. So it's... disambiguated from the vector. Signature. For bind method to work. I can also just remove it and use the original V3. Let me check actually. Region, yeah, so there's no region location for that. Wait, was there one that was? Let me go up, go down, down. There is something around here that's, I guess there's a vector 2i. Yeah, probably realty might be right. All right, I'm gonna send a message. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna leave that for now. I don't think I need to fix that quite yet. Or did I wait? You could see what I wrote. Right. I think a realty version is probably gonna be correct. Why is selecting okay? So I want to have flags on this thing. Is there anything that's like strange about this that might be? Why does it say everything is edited? Okay, good. All right, let me make sure I'm doing this the correct way. So I'm on this one right now. Okay, so we want to switch to the non-capital version. And good. Now I think what I'm on is going to be making it so that regions have... I'd kind of like the region... Okay, wait a second. Okay, wait a second. So I need to really think about this. This is data that is being saved per region, I believe. If I try to... Did they have it? Actually, that's something that shouldn't be saved. The transforms can be saved. Transforms are totally fine to be saved. Those are already saving. Where's the instance map? Instances. Okay. Is there a save region thing? Set data. Save. Okay. Let's close some of these. I'm gonna leave that one open. Because I may want to look at that. Actually, I'm not gonna leave that one open because that one doesn't have any code. I would prefer to look at code there. If I need to look at that, then I need to look at code. So let me look here. Let me first go to save and see what save does. Because I think I want to add I want to add cells. Wait, why did that play a sound? Sorry. That was me. That was my Discord. I don't know if you heard that. You probably did. I turned off streamer mode and I forgot to turn it back on. Okay. My bad. Save. So it would need a location. It would need to be modified. Writing this. So we're saving height map, original map, copy, height map, convert, resource saver, save this height map. Okay. Cool. Cool. So does it only save the height map? Data, set if has instances. Okay, I'm a little confused. So when we save... No, I understand now, Okay, so anything that has property here is saved. Anything with property is saved. Hey, Yulia. RO flags. Use storage, editor, read only. Why even editor? Double-clicking a region file shows what's on disk. The default's not on memory, so these are hidden. Shows what's on disk, the defaults. Okay. All right, so instances, hint, none. Well, that makes sense. It's a dictionary. Okay. So instances, if I want to add, so these are also always called triple. If I want to add a instances are saved as, let me go look at here, a dictionary, mesh ID to grid location, which honestly it should be cells vec2, 2i, and then it's an array of transform 3, a tuple, I mean they wrote out with that, a tuple, a color array, and then a boolean that tracks if this cell, not really correct. Oh no, it is that cell. Ah, okay. So they're stored, all right. So I can add a boolean to the 4th position that just says if that cell has collision. Right. For some reason, I guess I forgot kind of how it was set up, and I thought at some point this was stored per region and not for the cell. But so now it's per cell, and I get that. You know, I think at this point it probably should. That's like it. That is an API change, though. Also, that's not really a 1.0 thing. I would need to ask what they want that to look like. Okay, I guess I gotta ask what they want that to look like. For cells to have individual collision flags. Okay, I guess here's what I can do. So I don't like this, but one option I have is to not use the instances thing and just make a new one. A new one that would just say, mesh ID to grid cell, and that value would just be a Boolean. That's on and off. The first is to modify the array. I'm just going to say out loud what I'm typing. Modify the array stored in the instances property of regions. Adding a... I'll say this much at least. This is kind of bad. Using an array. They should have just used another dictionary. If they used another dictionary, this would be fine. But because they use an array, and you'll even see, they do this check all over the place. It's not crazy to think that other people are doing this check exactly as well. And plus it means if you're on different versions, you have to write different code. Because on one code, you might want to say, well, I want to make sure I have 3. And then some other code might say, all right, but if I have a 4th item in that array, then I know which one it is, right? This is really bad API, to be honest. It should just be a dictionary. So I guess I'll mention that option as well. Changing the API. So this is no longer an array, but it's a dictionary. They have 3 ideas. The second is to make a new property, which is similar to instances, but is just a bit field or bool array. But it's just a Boolean for my preference, a bit field for each region. How many... I guess if it's going to be a bit field, I need to think about how many numbers that is. So I think a region can be 512 probably. So 512 divided by 32, so that's 16. So that's 16 times 16. 256 bits? So that's not really going to work. The third, my preference, to change the instances layout from an array to a dictionary. The third option solves an issue where API is arbitrary indexes and inconsistent with validity checks. As an example, size is less than 3. Size does not equal 3. Is empty. Instead, only and instead use named keys like transforms, colors, modified, collision. Okay. All right, here's my message. First, also, to have individual collision flags, I have 3 ideas. The first is modify the array stored in the instance's property of regions, adding a 4th element for each cell, which is a boolean for the cell having collision enabled. The second is to make a new property, which is similar to instances, but is just a boolean. The third, my preference, would be to change the instance's layout from an array to a dictionary. The third option solves an issue where the API is arbitrary indexes and inconsistent with validity checks. Size is less than 3, size is not equal to 3, is empty, because you can use, like, just the fact that you're typing in hard-coded numbers is always a bad thing, in general. Unless you're doing, like, some magic, then hard-coded numbers are fine. Instead, use named keys like transforms, colors, modified, collision. Plus in this, okay, thank you, yep. And thankfully, Aiden went and tagged the big guy, so he'll see that message too. Okay. What do you write, Yulia? Sorry, I just had to spend some time writing a message out there, so I couldn't look at. I could have looked at chat. I just didn't bring it up. All right. You have a boss again. All the roams lead to road after all. Okay. No. I am volunteering my time. I'm not volunteering my time. I'm volunteering my work. I would be doing this anyway. It's just that I'm saying, let's give it to everybody, right? Instead of just myself. The Blender Python procedural generation house idea worked. The Blender Python procedural generation. Buddy workout I did. Remember to fix later. Slap dark rectangle shaders. Yeah. Honestly, that's valid. That's actually valid. Yeah, so like I said, my preference, instances should be a dictionary, not an array. For these exact reasons. You have to write this, and you have to do array trip. You have to remember that 0 is transforms. You have to remember that 1 is colors, and that it's an array. That 2 is a boolean. Like, you gotta remember those 3 numbers all the time. And here it is, right? Is it 3? Is it less than 3? Is it 0? Is it empty, right? There's like 2 distinct... There's actually 3 different ways. Because if I were to make the triple of 4, have 4 elements, every one of these has to change. I would need to change the name from triple to quadruple, or at that point, it's pretty obvious that this is a really bad API to have, having an array like this. This should be a dictionary. There's no reason it can't be a dictionary. As soon as I added 3 items, it should have been a dictionary. 2 items, okay, fine. You can have like transforms and modified, but it should be a dictionary. I mean, actually no. As soon as they added a second, as soon as they started with an array, as soon as they needed to add a second thing, they should have gone straight to dictionary. They should not have made an array. That doesn't make any sense. And plus, you might think that's like a memory optimization. It's not, because you're storing 3 different types in here. You're storing an array in an array. That doesn't save any space at all. Maybe you're saving time on lookups. I wouldn't really say that either, because these are all variants, which as soon as you do the lookup, you have to return a variant, and then you have to cast that variant to a boolean. You have to cast the variant to an array. So you're not really saving time there. Anyway, is that something common? So what's something common? I don't know what you mean. Putting an array inside of an array? An array inside of an array is never a good idea. If you're doing that, you should stop doing that. There are better layouts to avoid nested arrays. I was going to say the only exception would be a matrix, but a matrix doesn't even count either. The matrix doesn't count because you would store that as a continuous line of floats for however many values you have. And you would rely on templating or 2 other values to tell you like how large the rows are, how large the columns are. Arrays of arrays are not. You shouldn't be doing that. Anyway, he's typing right now, so do I wait to see what he says, or... He stops typing. Well, oh, he's typing again. I was gonna say, I could wait, and then he's gonna be like, you know what, never mind, I won't send the message. I really hope they don't say, let's leave this for next version. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Because that forces me to implement it now, because I need the terrain to have collision on all the time. And I need to have cells. I need to have instance collision be dynamic. You're his Dan. No. I'm trying to work here. All right. If this was a real workplace, we'd be in a meeting and I would have this figured out in 5 minutes. Can't you fork it for now and add your fix? Well, the thing is, because it's something I need and something they want, I may as well help myself and help them. Because every change that I make to this library means that I can't have... It's going to be hard. I have to maintain my own updates. So if I were to write my own collision thing, and then they come out with collision thing, now I have to they come out with collision and then say they add water. Now I would say oh, I want water, but I have my own collision. So I need to maintain 2 different versions now. So I have to make sure I copy in whatever they're doing for water and exclude whatever I did for collision. We need another loser for that. It's, like I said, I may as well help myself and help them. I want it, they want it. I want it badly enough that I want to write it. I need it now. Alright. Dev food chain. Yeah. I've done that slightly before. I think it was Essentials with Minecraft, the Minecraft plugin. I made a very large modification to that. And then they added something that I wanted, and I had to essentially update all of my stuff because I was using some fundamentally different system to what they eventually added. It was just not good. I think it was something like that. I think basically I had to like I literally had to delete everything I did, update my own code, and restructure it. I don't even think I got that far. I think I just said, you know what, screw it. I only wanted 2 things from these guys anyway. I'm just gonna keep the code I wrote and like get rid of the plugin. So. Okay. What can I do right now? I guess since I have to wait for them to tell me what they're gonna do, I can start working on my own thing, which will, I can draw shapes on the terrain. That's pretty much where I'm starting. I wanna make it. I would need a plugin that I can click on the terrain and place vertices, and click a button, and it will place instances inside of that area. And preferably not overlap. So if I draw two shapes of the same type, they shouldn't overlap. They should be able to figure out that they're both drawing into the same square, which means I would need like a manager on top of that. Which I mean, that was the whole idea. I have areas. I have a global thing that I draw areas. A global thing for the terrain. I draw areas, it reads in all the areas, and it does the placement stuff. I'm so full of myself coming with this shader flex tape thing. Literally held together to put duct tape. A DDR1 used 2.2, DDR5 uses 1.1. That's good, right? It should be using less. You're talking about voltage? 2.2 volts. I don't know enough about electricity, by the way, to understand what that really means. But that's what I think you're saying. Alright. Let's get rid of all the trees. Okay, so how do I want to start this? Honestly, I think I start by making it its own add-on just right away. So I'm gonna go check anything that I've changed. Less heat. Yeah. Deforestation. What's changed here? Oh, what? Why did that happen? Whoops. Why did that happen? Why do I have this open? Can we just have a program that like reads in a file? And it just like displays it as spaces for me. Like, can we just have that? I literally wouldn't care. Sure, save it all as tabs, but like display it in spaces. What am I looking for? Oh, I almost crashed it. Oh, stop doing that. Stop doing that. Okay. I'm crashing. I'm like testing. I'm tempting Godot to crash by doing that. Okay. Also, base and overlay texture have changed again. I guess I need to type in my numbers again because that all got screwed up. All right, well, let's do this. I don't know what's wrong with this thing. Oh, those values are correct, so why is it lying to me? Okay, it's kind of lying to me. It's kind of lying to me. Alright, well. I would like, so I need blend sharpness. Okay, well, let me copy the macro variation, because I know I want that. And then blend sharpness should be 547. And these dumb things where they're just like, yeah, let's save a bunch of decimal places for no reason. I wish it was the same for CPUs and GPU. It is, though, right? You just need the higher voltage because you have to actually have a computer that performs. Alright, cool. Also, where's that blend sharpness? Oh, it's right there. Okay. Reload project. Okay, but don't, like, change my window, please. Oh, it wants to change it back again. Oh, that's cool. Thanks, I appreciate that. Stupid ass thing. This stupid ass thing. That is just... Why does it do that? Why does it do that? That is such a consistent problem whenever this modifies. And sometimes Terrain 3D is just like... It just decides to wipe your information anyway. And that's a Godot thing. I don't think it's necessarily Terrain 3D doing anything weird. I think it's specifically Godot just has some quirks that are just bad and make it so like simple implementations of like custom data types totally obliterated. Also, this is shader parameters, right? This is just a dictionary. Oh man. All right, so I'm going to, I think, just open a new window and modify it here because this is just dumb. Okay, base texture. I really want that to be 2, please. Height reduction. I promise the values I typed in are what I want it to be. Auto slope 794. Blend sharpness 547. And why did Godot change how they do color formats? They didn't really change it, they just changed how the editor UI works, where the value you're typing in is not the same value that gets stored. It's just a totally different value. Alright, I swear that's the value I wanted to have. I promise. That's what I want it to be. Oh, man. One tensor core is consuming less than what they used to? Yeah. Any better library? Better library what? The machine knows better? Nah. It actually knows nothing, in fact. Alright. I'm not going to click save on that. I'm not going to click save on that. I'm just... Ooh. Just going to go over here, and I'm going to hit save. And I'm going to hit save a couple times just to see what it does. I want to know what it does. Okay, so this came back. Sure. Okay, sure. Now I'm gonna quit so that I can change these IDs back to what they should be or what they were before, because it just deleted them. I'm not even sure how those got deleted. That actually doesn't make any sense to me. It's being sarcastic? Okay. But I'm being serious. Cool, so just those 3 lines are getting deleted. Alright. So Godot / Train3D's gotta be cool now, right? We're not gonna just keep wiping that file and resetting it. We're not gonna keep doing that. The thing that I don't understand is I opened that file. It said that it was like back to the defaults, and it looked fine in the editor. So you know, a little weird. Alright, I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna hit save like 3 times so it can totally figure out what it wants to save. And then I'm gonna do a diff. Okay, we're still fine. Okay. We're not doing insane things anymore. Alright. I will go ahead and add this stuff. I'll add the bin. And I'll add terrain data. Say terrain 3D. Assets, I guess. Yeah, that's pretty succinct. All right. Okay, so now at this point, anything it tries to change in this file, I can just revoke, restore, whatever the word is. All right. Okay, so add-on thing. Not editor settings, it'd be project settings, plugins, create new plugin. I'm gonna call this something vegetation instant terrain. I would say like terrain 3D instance, but that's like just the exact same name as a class that they have. So I couldn't use that. It doesn't necessarily only work with terrain 3D, I guess. I mean, terrain instancer is a pretty good name. I mean, I guess it actually kind of would only work with terrain 3D, because I first thought, well, it just says like the regions, and then actually no, I guess it still doesn't necessarily only work with that. I'm not typing apparently. Oh, Godot crashed. Okay, cool. That's great. See you in about 10 seconds. Okay. I sure hope that that plugin pop-up is not like just totally bugged and not gonna crash it constantly while I'm modifying it. Got a response here. The cells are not toggled by the user, they are just part of the opaque data structure. They only really exist to segment the instancer data to allow for sensible MMI frustum calling. If you want collision and non-collision versions of an asset, better have separate assets. So I said my need is to have terrain 3 collision for the base for the terrain mesh be global. I'll say game full. But only toggle cells programmatically in game. So how am I misspelling programmatically? I'm not misspelling programmatically. Apparently it's just not. In game, as entities move around the map, two assets wouldn't work. They need to be the same. I need the same tree. Same tree to have collision in different regions. Like 2 players. And a bool flag would solve it with minimal changes to the base code. Then I said I do think there is a sort of a way to sort of do this for terrain, but instance collision doesn't look like it allows this. They probably, I think they even have a GIF or like a video or something. I was wondering why no one is calling out Square Enix for making a financial disaster project after another the past 5 years. Even their flagship titles like Final Fantasy weren't good creatively. Coming to Argo today saying the Shadowholes are rioting. Where is it? There is right collision. I think they have a video. I guess they have enemy collision. Give every enemy a capsule collision shape. Right. Okay. They're just telling you how to like... what if you want enemies to stay on the ground and far from the camera? Yeah, they actually don't. I thought they supported this. I thought there's a video. There's like a video of them. Maybe it's tutorial videos? There's a video somewhere. 100% I remember seeing it. Because they showed they showed a video of navigation. It's navigation. Navigation has a video of this. Here it is. Oh, I guess this is a nav mesh at runtime. So no man, it's not exactly the same. I remember seeing this video. This is only 6 seconds though. Essentially, as you're moving around, that's the nav mesh. And so the I thought it showed this guy, if he's far enough away, he gets his own area of the nav mesh generated for him. But I guess not. I mean, I guess you can. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah. I also just remember there was another thing that I mentioned. I mentioned layers for each mesh type. I'm going to do this one for now. Okay. Anyway, that was kind of a tangent. Here's the worst decision they ever made. In a game that is a live service game, hero shooter, rips off Splatoon, costs $3, excuse PS5. Oh, right. I forgot about that game. What is that game? You know what? I feel like I'm going to search this on another monitor. What was it called? I feel like I saw this, like... Did I? What's the name of the game? You will find it that way. Phantasy Star. Probably not the game. Because I type in Phantasy Star and I get like PH Phantasy Star. Which is really old. Is it Seaside Stars? Foam Star? Yes, Foam Star. I do remember these. Yeah, definitely. All right. All right. Can I make a plugin from project settings? Terrain. And it crashed. Okay, so I can't use that. Ten seconds. All right. Yeah, that pop-up just does not work. Okay, so instead I'm just gonna add it myself. So it's kind of like this. A terrain. I'll just call it terrain instancer. I meant to, it needs to be not that kind of thing. Just be a folder, please. I'm gonna add plugin CFG. Train instancer. Some maintenance mode after they made it free to play. Yeah. People just don't understand games. A lot of people don't understand games. Train instancer, Place terrain assets using shapes. And the script should be, I guess, it'll be that file. Okay. And we'll add that file. Here we go. Editor plugin. Set plugin enabled. Oh, I have like nested plugins. Okay. I guess let me look at how Guide does it. Plugin GD. Editor plugin. Enable plugin. Add autoload singleton, which I'm sure is, yeah. And then, yeah, I would have, I guess, an autoload probably. I think it has to be tool, and then it has to be extends editor plugin. And for now, I just will write as and comment these lines out. Enter tree. Again, just commenting these lines out. Bad news, Nintendo. What was that? Nintendo announced a good Switch 2 exclusive that come out actually. Objectively. I don't think you need to. I'm okay with exclusives for the purpose of having them for like a month or 2 months. Play the game 2 months early if you have our console. But then, at the very least, it's always on PC. Should always go to PC at the minimum. Preferably send it to other consoles. Okay. Alright, and from there I should be able to just kind of go from there. Also, I'm just gonna call it plugin. I don't actually see a good reason to name it this big long name. Okay. Okay, there's the files. Exclusives is everything I hate about Apple and Windows. I mean, I think, like I said, I think they're fine, but only if it's like just like a pre-release thing for their console. And then after that, at minimum, it's on PC. Because it's generally just stupid to not have your game on PC. That is the largest market for gaming, is PC. If your game is not on PC, you're literally for no reason making less money. And I think they understand that. And really, it's not like, oh, but you know, supporting PC is going to be harder because it's different. It's not. Every single one of those developers and playtesters is playing the game on a computer. They're not playing it on the Switch. They have, I don't know, something to emulate something. They're playing it on their computer. They're developing and playing it and testing it on the computer. And maybe once a day, once every couple days, they plug in the Switch and like port it over to the Switch and like test something out to make sure that like a control or something they're not certain about works. But every game is literally made on a computer and played on the computer. And then they put it on the Switch for like final playtests. So it's already on. Like if they're making the game, it's already on the computer. They've already made it for the computer. I mean, even mobile games, you fundamentally, like, you can't make a game only on your phone. If you try that, you're insane and you're crazy and you should probably be locked up. That is like masochism to an insane level to try to do something like that. Mobile games are made on the computer and played on the computer with like the mouse and the keyboard. And then they put it on their phone to like really test it out and see if it works there. Okay, so got the plugin terrain instancer, turn that on. So now I can start making it. I'll hit save to get that to convert to spaces. Close this. All right, so I think essentially what I want is something that's going to be bound. Something bound to each terrain. So I need to have like a physical object in the world. I need to have a physical node here. I think preferably it would be a child of terrain 3D. So I need a node. I need a node type. Terrain instancer, I guess I'll just call it, terrain instance node. It does need to be a node 3D. Well, it actually doesn't. It doesn't need to be a node 3D, I don't think. Because terrain 3D is 3D. And this one only knows about locations from its parent, which its parent should be a terrain 3D. Okay. All right. Zelda Breath of the Wild, it came from 2016, still $60. Well, I don't have an issue with that. TKCO said a few weeks ago when they asked him why is a PC port delayed. Features on PC, they delayed it for optimization. I think he's moving towards PC and business is moving towards open rather than closed. Wow, that's crazy. Find console as the property, not the system. The notion of a very rich game that you engage in for many hours that let you play on a big screen that never goes away. Yeah. That is at least should be a benefit of consoles, is that they should be comparable in price to a good gaming computer, lighter, smaller. You can transport them easily. You can plug them into a screen and you don't have to update it. You don't have to worry about maintaining it. But, you know, bonus points if it is also a computer and you can, like, fully manipulate it. It's more for, I think it's mostly for game developers. They can be sure that the game they're making is going to run the same way in development as in the field. This guy was a PC hater. The PC is piracy. Yeah. I think for a long time, computers been way better for playing games. Especially when it got to the point where Xbox just had their controllers just work on Windows. You could just plug in your Xbox controller on your computer and you could just play the game with your controller. Alright, so I need something where... Let me check here. There's new messages. The simplest way would be to have an array of collision targets and run the cells to be built for every target. Emerson mentioned multiple targets before. If the instancer collision generated the entire map at once in full mode, the physics system automatically sleeps cells that are inactive anyway. Big a hit RAM-wise. One body per region containing one shape for each instance would be fast generate, take less RAM. I'll say in testing, I didn't count, but the game is taking much longer to load after a few thousand shapes. I have a need for tens, hundreds of potential tens to hundreds of thousands instances, which loading all that collision is too slow. Over a minute. Multiple entities. What it seems really neat is possibly have multiple dynamic mode collision targets. Each update tells around them. Quite complex. Static. Partial instant collision mode. I think I did mention something about collision accepting regions to update instead of just running once full or as the target moves. Dynamic. So it would at least be a third mode that the terrain mesh generates, but leaves instance collision up to user code. Yeah. Maybe something like collision accepting regions instead of just running once, or as the target moves. At least be a third mode that the terrain mesh generates but leaves instance collision entirely to user code. As for sleeping, only bodies sleep, not shapes. Though you can disable individual shapes. There is a performance impact for having thousands of shapes enabled or not on a body. It would still have to check them all at least to see if they are active. Yeah, as for sleeping, only bodies sleep, not shapes, so you can disable individual shapes. So I'm sure there's a performance impact for having thousands of shapes enabled or not on a body. So I have to check them all at least to see if they are enabled. Okay. Remember they tried to lock stick drift adjustment for normal controllers. You need the Pro one for that. I don't remember that. But I know that games effectively can disable that by just ignoring small inputs on the sticks, which they should always do that anyway. It's pretty bad practice. You would, like, even a brand new controller, you plug it in and you set up your game to accept, like, the smallest input, and you're gonna immediately see stick drift happen. And, like, you have to, like, tap and adjust your sticks to fix it. So if there's just a setting for like an inside dead zone for sticks on the game, stick drift is solved. You can just change the setting on that game. Though apparently no one really thought of that kind of option until like quite recently. So almost no games even have that. Pretty much no games have that. It's only like weirdly PC games that support controller have that option. You can modify your input map, your minimum and maximum stick inputs. Okay. There's a lot of typing going on. It would be okay, I just need to be able to track many entities. It would be unnecessary to dynamically compute terrain mesh shape because it can compute the entire shape just fine. But I cannot have thousands of collision shapes active. Only need a few cells across the entire map. As the PR is now, I can't stop it from either dynamically generating around one target or generating all instance collisions. I at least need to turn off instance collision. Turn off automatic instance collision. At least need to turn off automatic instance collision. And allow user code to request specific cells. Right now that's not allowed by the API. To be clear, I will be working on this myself to get it done. Not asking anyone else to make it, just for permission and guidance. Yeah, so you said, why do you need full collision on the terrain and collision on hundreds of thousands? I said I don't need collision on hundreds of thousands of instances. Also, to be clear, I do not want hundreds of thousands of instance collisions. I just need maybe 100 enabled at any time. Hundreds of, but meshes are easy for the GPU. In my case, can already handle what I need visually. So to be clear, I do not want hundreds of thousands of instant collision. I just need maybe 100 enabled at any time. It's easier for the GPU. Okay. As a PR is okay, so sorry, I wasn't reading out loud. I need to be able to track many entities, or sorry, I guess I should start with what they were saying. When you need full collision terrain on the terrain and collision on hundreds of thousands of instances, we don't want to over-engineer something that maybe has an easier solution. That's not what I'm asking for. Terrain collision by region would be a good addition. I want to buy cell. There was a request for per region update on full. Blah, blah. I just need to be able to track many entities. It would be unnecessary to dynamically compute terrain mesh shape because it can compute the entire shape just fine, which I've demonstrated that. I can turn on full and have my zombies run around the map and it's fine. There's no need for me to constantly be computing collision around them when the whole terrain can just be present all the time. But I cannot have hundreds of thousands of collision shapes active, so I only need like the closest 4 cells to any wall, like any zombie or any player. And maybe the closest, probably a little bit more for the vehicle, because the vehicle can move so much faster. So I need to be able to like keep a collider ahead of the vehicle alive. I need to be able to turn on a collider ahead of the vehicle early enough so that if I'm driving into it quickly, I'll hit that collider. I won't like be inside of the collider when it turns it on, or just totally pass through it. As the PR is now, I can't stop it from either dynamically generating around one target or generating all instance collision. That's an issue. I have to somehow tell it, hey, generate the whole terrain, but let me tell you when I want cell collision, which cells I want collision on. That's what I want. I would at least need to turn off automatic instance collision and allow user code to request specific cells. Right now, that's not allowed by the API. Oh, to be clear, I will be working this myself to get it done. I'm not asking anyone else to make it, just for permission and guidance. And then I replied to the message earlier about hundreds of thousands of instance collisions. To be clear, I do not want hundreds of thousands of instance collisions. I just need maybe 100 enabled at any time. Meshes are easier for the GPU because I did a test where I painted like literally half the terrain with a bunch of like, I would say complex cylinders. Cylinders are not 2D planes. Those are definitely harder to draw than a PNG. Well, maybe alpha masking is a lot harder. It's definitely a lot harder when you get to alpha masking. But I mean, even then, it might even be better to not even do alpha masking and just make a slightly complicated, like, manual mesh shape without alpha on it in the distance and not even do a plane. Right. Aiden says, we could have instance collision have its own mode. Right now it's tied to the main mode. Allow the full terrain to be generated, but only local instances. Yeah. I mean, that's the real thing I need. I need the two to be broken apart from each other. Or I just need the option to say, like a checkbox that says instance collision enabled or something. Or like full instance collision, dynamic instance. I mean, I guess the same thing, right? Anyway. Sorry. I was not looking at chat for a bit. Been playing some old games that made me think my controller is already... Yeah. Hey, Alchemy. I am talking with Terrain 3D guys on the Discord. On my other monitor. I need to adjust the camera there. Yeah, I don't know how to say it, but I basically want to tell them I'm right now working on it and I'm going to spend literally all day doing it. I'm doing it right now. I'm not asking them for anything to do anything. I'm asking them to like give me permission. Preferably I want permission to be able to just work on it. That'd be best. But also I want to ask them what I should do so that I can write it a way that they like immediately. You seem to be having a very in-depth conversation with yourself. No, not with myself. I'm just reading the messages without showing them. But yeah, I'll literally show it again. I can put so many of these on the ground. I just have to actually make sure I probably turn off. I need to figure out that bug. I don't know what that is. Okay, so it actually doesn't even have a toggle for that. I guess let me... I can't really disable this shape. Huh. I'll just delete it, and then I can add it back, I guess. I can get so many trees out here. It's kind of crazy how many trees I can have. Let me turn up the density. What are you working on the engine code? So this is code for Terrain 3D. What is happening right now? How big can I make this? I think they limited me to 200. Yeah. I can have so many of these trees, it's not even funny. And I'm not seeing any impact on frame rate. Loading time is fine, because it already uses a pretty well optimized thing for this. But the issue is all of these trees, I have to be able to walk up to the tree and like be stopped by the tree. I gotta be able to shoot the tree. The zombies gotta like have line of sight blocked by the tree. So that all needs like physics stuff to happen. I'm just throwing this in here as like the example of like, you know, how many trees I can actually have, and the game just runs. Like I like there's no like the terrain is still the biggest time sink for the GPU. And these are all cylinders. Hopefully I didn't put a tree inside of myself. Oh, so there's a count right there. 43,000 instances of just trees. I think it might still be putting colliders on them. That should have been loaded instantly. That should have loaded instantly. You can disable code, signals. There's no API to turn off instance collision. The API either puts colliders on everything or only things that are near a single target. I need to be able to turn on what am I hearing? It went away as soon as I took my headphones off. Yeah, so this is never gonna load. And my mouse is like locked in there. Okay. Well, here's the thing. I think that's only happening because it's still trying to run collision for everything, even though there's no colliders. Oh wow, that's like totally busted up. I can't even like interact with Steam. Well, that's tough. Okay, this one's still here. Apparently it's using 97% CPU, even though my CPU says 9. Okay, anyway, that kind of failed, but I can have that many trees in there. I think right now, because it's still trying to do terrain or collision stuff, it's checking everything anyway, which is really slow. I don't know. I don't think it should have done that. I feel like it should have loaded that well. It should have handled that. Possibly, what could be causing that? Let me just turn on dynamic to alleviate that. Yeah, this will be really quick, and then you'll see all the trees. Yep. So all the trees are here. All of them. All 43,000 trees. I would definitely have more than that number of trees, I think. I just like really lazily threw everything down just quickly just to like demonstrate how many I can have, and the game loads in a snap. All that time, by the way, is definitely spent doing the terrain, like... Actually, I was going to say as all the terrain... It's like CSG shaders, like, it's really fast to load. But I can have all the trees here. They can all be here. And the issue is, really comes in, I guess I could actually put the colliders back on them. So I'll go put the collider back. I should just be able to restore the scene, I think. Restore. Oh my gosh, I modified like everything. Scene plants. Alright, so now all the trees should have colliders. Dynamic game won't work for some reason. The thing that bothers me with dynamic game is that it includes, or that option is specifically for the ground. So I can walk into the trees now. Right. Every tree, at least, you know, apparently, every tree I walk into, I'm gonna hit. And it's gonna be, it's perfect, right? All 43,000 trees are effectively collidable now. The only issue is that this is in a very small radius around me. I think it's like 64 meters around me. So it's not even a full region. Which for colliders on trees, that's totally fine. That's what I want. I do not want, like, ideally I would have for the player 5 or 6 of the closest trees can have collision. Like, that would be the ideal. I don't need any more than that. For every zombie, probably the closest 3 or 4 trees get colliders. The vehicle, probably more like the closest 10 or 15 trees have colliders. But the issue is that this target system is only for one target. It defaults to... I can show the setting. So it defaults to a collision target or a clip map target. So if it checks for a collision target, if I don't set one, it goes to the clip map target. If I don't set one, it goes to the camera. So one target only. Yeah, it's around the camera. Which means a zombie standing like 64 meters away from me will just fall through the ground. There is a zombie at the park. I guess I can try to walk over there. I think he's actually disabled, so he's still going to be there. But if he was turned on, he would just fall through the ground when I got far enough away from him. Yeah, he's still standing there because he's turned off. Yeah, so he's still here. But, like, if I walk about probably... I think about this far away, there's no longer any ground beneath him. There's no more ground beneath him, and he would fall through the ground if his processing was turned on. So, ideally what I would have, I guess this is like the ideal world. The terrain supports multiple collision targets. So it'll look for me, it'll look for every zombie, and make sure those areas have collision. But the whole terrain, I can turn on collision for the entire terrain. It's loan off on memory. It's one shape, it's just one really big mesh. And it's an optimized mesh. So having the terrain, like ground collision, on the whole terrain at one time is totally fine. That's how I've been playing. The issue is that also would include trees. So if I turn on full, which you even saw, I didn't even have colliders on these instances, and turning on full like made the game it couldn't even start anymore. Even though there was nothing, even though there's no instance collision to even look for. So that's definitely a bug. It should not, if there's no colliders on any instances, it should not take any longer to load than as if there was no instances on the map. So I want terrain on all the time, everywhere, but I prefer to have my own system for tracking and just tell the terrain, hey, here's a cell. I want colliders on that cell. Go ahead and put colliders on that cell. That's essentially all I want to say. I want to do all the tracking myself and just tell terrain, hey, I updated this region, and it's going to look through the cells in that region. It's going to look at the modified cells, and it's going to see that the collision is either turned on or turned off, and it's going to update accordingly. That API is like 100% there. It's just that there's no way for me to stop it from doing it dynamically on its own or doing everything all at once. That's not an option. There's no third option that says, do this for the terrain, but then don't touch instances until I tell you to. That's not an option right now. That's what I'm talking with them about, to figure out how I can do that. I think the best way to go is to have it be by cells. There's these instances and their locations are already stored in a format that works for this. Essentially, all I have to do is put a boolean next to that cell that says, also I want collision on the cell. I want collision on these instances, and it will do it. All of it's already in there. I just need like a little bit of extra control. And unfortunately, their data layout, is not something that I can just tap into. It's an array of 3 items, and their code is littered with size equals 3, size is less than 3, size does not equal 3. So I would have to change all those 3s to a 4. Technically, anyone else that may have written similar code in their own game, they can't update anymore because they might have written does not equal 3, and now all of their code's going to break because I added a 4th element to that list, and now it's a not equal. It should be a not equal 4. So it's pretty sad. Preferably, it should be a dictionary at this point. So then you're not checking for a specific length of the array. You're not doing, I want element 0, I want element 1. You would say, I want the transforms, I want the colors, I want whether or not the cell has been modified. I want whether or not the cell has collision turned on. You just type in the name. Can I have 2 instances turning 3D? I mean, I guess I could, but they would both render the terrain. I don't think that's an option for me to not render the terrain. And the way the code is written, I'll show you the code. And the fundamental reason why this is not allowed by the API. I'll find one. This line right here. If is dynamic mode. This is like fundamentally tied to the API. I can't just tell it, hey, give me the unused shapes. It has to be in dynamic mode for me to be able to do that. And if it's in dynamic mode, it can't be full mode, because literally this code won't run. I can't run get unused instance shapes myself because it's like blocked out. And in fact, these are all private, so I can't even, there's not even an exposed API for me to actually do anything with this. I literally can't do that. I guess I could scroll down and see, but I'm pretty sure it's like, it's not even available. Yeah. It's totally not available. None of those methods are available to me. So at the very least is an API change because I need to expose those methods. And it's doubly an API change because this has to be decoupled from whatever the terrain collision setting is on. And then triply because I need to modify this array that is a size 3 to be at least a size 4, or preferably change it to a dictionary, which this is a public field. Instances. It's a public property. So in theory, people are working on games right now where they are pulling this instances value and writing code checking the length of the array. You're going to make a pull request. There's already a pull request here, started by this guy. A lot of stuff there. I think it's really good. I think the management for it is ideal. Every single time the player moves, we check their position. I'll read it out exactly what it does. So the player moves. We get a list of cells that we want to turn collision on for. We get the list of cells that did have collision and now no longer need collision, so we can recover some shapes. So we don't have to make a new shape, we can just use an old shape. And then we get specifically the instances, which this is just like a list of transforms for all the instances. And then this would then take the stuff that got recycled, and I can't remember exactly what this does. Oh, I guess this is stuff that can be recycled. So these are shapes that are outside of our range now. And then I think this, I can't exactly remember what this part does, but it's still important for the process. I don't remember. And then this uses all of that. So this uses the transforms. This pulls in the cell. This pulls in every transform for each instance. This is what these two are modified, I guess. Because we're essentially moving, I think, from unused shapes into recyclable shapes, or the other way around. I can't remember. But yeah, this is nice. Even just being able to call this function would be nice, because I could at least change the target position and just call this every single time for a target position. I guess I can't really do that because it would delete stuff. The last target to be updated would be the target that gets collision. But yeah. I want to keep a lot of this. This is all, I think this is all good code. And it's just like the default. It works perfectly for dynamic. Like I'm running, it's on dynamic right now. I'm walking around, I'm hitting all these, and it looks fine. I guess I could even turn on, I can show exactly what's happening. Dynamic editor. So now you see it in here. Though it seems like it's broken. Reload. I don't see the colliders there for some reason. And then there's a weird glitch with debug, I think, where it'll show several colliders. Okay, so it's just totally not working. I don't know why it's not rendering. But it was. I was able to fly around earlier and see this, and it was working. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it suddenly broke. Try reloading? Okay, cool, it's working now. But I think the glitch is going to be there where these are going to be... Nope, okay. Well, now you can see it at least. Now you can see what's going on. So this is what's happening in the game when I walk around as a player. As I move around, you can see the blue on the ground. That's the terrain mesh being generated as I walk. And then the colliders on the individual trees being loaded in as I move. But this is a one target, only around one person. And like I said, for the terrain mesh can be generated in full and just left there. That's fine. These colliders for the trees cannot. I think the physics system starts breaking down after probably about 100 shapes. So this is already kind of pushing it, I think. Because I think there's probably 100 trees around me. Maybe not 100. Actually, that might be like a total overstatement, but 43,000 shapes? No, definitely not. Because of how bodies and shapes work. The body is a collection of shapes, and essentially it's checking my body against every shape of the terrain body, which for the ground is fine because that's technically one big shape. That's fine. But for these, like every step I take, the physics system would have to be checking the shapes way over there on the other side of the river every single time I take a step. It would have to be checking those shapes because it's all one big body. And I'm inside of the body, so it says, okay, well, we're close enough to the body that we should probably check the collision for it. And then it has to check every shape. At the very least, I think they mentioned it. At the very least, I have to check if the shape is turned off or not. I could still put the shape there, but then disable if it's too far away. But I think it still has to at least run through every shape and say, is the shape enabled? So even that step is, 43,000 times, 60 times per second, too much. All right. There's replies here. Separate modes. Oh, sorry, I don't know if I read this one. So after what I wrote, Aiden says, we could have instance collision have its own mode. Right now it's tied to the main mode. I probably read that. This would allow the full terrain to be generated, but only local instances. Corey says, separate nodes, or yes, separate nodes, or separate modes. What if we made these changes? Instances are dynamic around the player, instances are manual, or yeah, instances are manual. API adds, updates, removes per region, per asset type or per cell. Terrain, full or manual. Full or manual. API adds, updates, removes per region. I'm not really sure what that means. I guess it's just only for instances. Probably no instances full, though we could test it. Instances are dynamic or manual. Both can be one shape, one body per region, per asset. One body per cell. I mean, there's not really a difference there, I think. The terrain is already one body with like a massive collision shape on it. So that's totally acceptable. I think it's definitely becomes a problem when you have too many shapes. There is such a thing as too many shapes. One big shape, no issue. Too many shapes, big issue. Okay, that's a vacuum. Now I know what the sound is. Someone's turning on a vacuum for like 2 seconds. No instances full, instances are dynamic. We can test one per cell. We don't need multiple collision targets. User can self-manage. That's what I would like. Cover everyone's ideas. Yeah, I think so. No instances full saves me a headache. MMI is for debug meshes. Editor mode should be supported still for instances. Full instances should 100% not be a thing. If it was, we'd be creating pointless bait. I don't know. For now, I don't want to. Can't easily support updates per asset type, but I do want to add that later. Too big a change right now. By cell is okay. I don't think we need to change the instances database. Can we already... we can already tell if one is enabled or not by if it exists. If it exists or is enabled. I'm gonna say agree on splitting instances away from the main terrain mode. default to dynamic around the target. This already works perfectly now. That I can see. Editor debug works a little weird. Have to restart project sometimes to see it. Reloading scene. Doesn't always work. That can just stay as is and change to a different setting. A different setting lookup. Train needs to support user requesting cells. Regions can be way too big. 512. Or 512. While cells are always a fixed size and small. 32. I think it fits in the instance DB best because because we need to look at transforms and mesh IDs in that format. Mesh ID, cell, instance data. And update MMIs. Can and can check the modified bool with something similar to update MMI's method. My current roadblock is how to put that information there. I would prefer changing from a array xforms color modified to a dictionary. That removes the need to remember which element is what and the inconsistent practice to check for a specific array size. Okay. I don't think we need to change the instance database. I disagree. I think it really should be changed. It's not good. The array is really bad. It starts out so well. Mesh ID keys to, for each region, mesh ID keys to cell positions. And then it just breaks down by having an array of transforms, colors, and then a modified Boolean. That's no good. It should just be a dictionary. So I wrote, I'll just read it again, even though I read it out loud. Agree on splitting instances away from the main terrain mode. Default to dynamic around the target. This already works perfectly now that I can see. Editor debug works. A little weird. I have to restart the project sometimes to see it. Reloading scene doesn't always work. So I can just stay as is and change to a different setting lookup. So instead of looking up, instead of scanning for this mode, there'd be like another setting here that's like instance mode, dynamic or manual, I guess. I guess it would be like off dynamic and manual. So if it's off, you can have terrain 3D can just like not accept your calls. I don't know, maybe that's not good. Maybe it should just be up to the user to not call it. Terrain needs to support user requesting cells. Regions can be way too big, 512 by 512, while cells are always fixed in size. Actually, it actually goes up to 2048. Correction. Regions can be 2048 by 2048. Way too big to enable collision in or by region. Cells are definitely the route. While cells are always fixed in size, a fixed size and small, cells are always 32 by 32. I think it fits into the instance DB best because we need to look at transforms and mesh IDs in that format. Mesh ID cell instance data, and can check the modified bool with something similar to update minimize method. So my thought would be, I just go in there, I go to the instance DB, I say, all right, this region, I want this cell to have collision, and then I call a method that's like update instance collision. That's all I do on my side. I say collision on or off, I turn on modified, and I call a function on terrain 3D, and terrain 3D does everything from there. My current roadblock is how to put that information there. I prefer changing from an array, and then I say the array is xforms color modified, to dictionary. That removes the need to remember which element is what, and the inconsistent practice to check for a specific array size, which, as I said, this is... When you're doing this, that's not good. When you're doing this, that's not good. And this would be an issue. What is this counter for? Oh, this is like valid. Okay. Okay. All right. Everyone's talking. I can't do anything right. Okay. So what I still need is just kind of my own thing where I can draw a shape on the terrain and that shape will just put stuff on the ground. So instead of having to paint 43,000 things individually and then have to go through and delete every single intersection, because I guarantee you I already have trees that are overlapping like this. These trees are way too close. I would go in here and, man, if I was painting it like this and I didn't have my own thing, I would have to go in here and delete this tree. And then I might even say, oh, I want a tree over here, so I have to click. Or maybe I would say, I don't want that tree there. Let me just move it over here. I can't do that. I have to delete it and then place it. Oh, that's 3 intersecting. Cool. I want something where I can just draw a big like square on the ground and then click fill and it places them all. And I'm like, I want this tree to be over here a little bit. So I could click that tree, it'd pop up a transform tool and I could drag it over and that would just work. That's what I want to be able to do. That would be my strong preference. Or my strong need. I need that. But that's not a terrain thing. That's a me thing. So the first thing I need to look at is I need to have like an editor warning when this node doesn't have a terrain 3D parent node. Warning? There's definitely a way to do this, I just don't remember. Oh. Editor warning? Oh, cool. Okay, I was about to say, the one link that I want to click is not loading the link, so I can't even click it. What? That's not what I clicked. What the hell? That was literally just not the link that I clicked. Oh, wait. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay, I mean, maybe it is something in plugins. Okay, I think there might be something on Node. There might just be something on Node that's like get editor warnings or something. Is it get accessibility configuration warnings? That sounds like what I'm looking for. Oh, no, just get configuration warnings. What's the difference? The elements in the array returned from this method are displayed as warnings in the scene doc if the script that overrides it is a tool, and accessibility warnings are enabled. Displayed as warnings in the scene doc. Call update configuration warnings when the warnings need to be updated for this node. Okay, so just configuration warnings. All right. So let's do a ready method. So I guess I would say target will just be a node 3D. I'm gonna assume, I mean, it actually doesn't have to extend a node. It actually doesn't have to extend anything. Node comes, everything at least has to be an object though, right? Yeah, everything at least has to be an object. So I'll say that. I'll make it an object. Object. I think when I'm ready, I'll do this. I'll do a deferred call. I think it's just called deferred. I'll leave all those stuff up there. Update target might be incorrect. Let me call it, I'll just call it terrain. Update terrain. Update terrain. I'll do a Boolean here. Update terrain. True. No, okay. So maybe just I think just the name. I can't use the word target because target would target would kind of interfere with a entity target. So I just want to say terrain. But I want to call update terrain because update terrain sounds like, you know, do a full update, right? So I'll call it setup terrain. Why did it add new lines? All right. Oh, are we not trimming white space right now? It's not. It's definitely not. Okay. I will be right back. I'm back. All right, any messages? What is it? 2048. Wait. Okay. So, Corey replied. He's just like quoting some things that I said and then writing a little sentence about it. I said, a little weird, have to restart project sometimes to see it. It's definitely, I mean, I'm not saying it's like an issue that Terrain 3D had. It's just an issue that I just had it happen to me, so I just thought I would mention it. I wrote 2048, way too big to enable collision by region. Cells are definitely the root. It's not a big deal to offer an additional function to iterate over all cells in a region. So it's not done in GDScript. Okay, so I could still say like enable region 1, I guess, and that would just say, okay, you mean cells 1 through 16 or something. How to put that information there? Queuing a cell for delayed creation. Okay. So I guess I need to explain it. Alright. What I mean is that what I think is correct is to change region instances from the current layout, and I'm just going to do like the current layout, which would be mesh ID mesh ID int cell vector 2i. I think I was just doing two tabs. X forms, colors, modified. to this layout. Mesh ID and cell vector 2i transforms colors modified bool collision bool. Then, similar to the behavior of update MMIs, new function then either change update MMIs to check for collision flags on modified cells, or a new function which just looks at the collision flag just looks at the collision flags for a given region and updates collision flags for some or a new function that accepts an array of region IDs and runs all the current code from the PR on the cells in those regions. The reason to stay in the instance DB is because all the information we need for collision is there. This, the mesh ID, the cell location, and region location, and the transforms of the instances in those cells. Relative to the region. This keeps collision granular to 32 areas, minimizing the not minimizing, but lowering the number of collision shapes to create, even for very large regions. Okay. So yeah, he asked what information. I said what I think is correct is to change region instances. Actually, can I like show this? Maybe I can't. I don't know. Is there a way I can like look at the message? Maybe I do this. I'll screenshot it, then I can like read it. Let me pull it up. I don't have a good image viewer, so I've actually just been using VLC, which is really weird that you can use it this way to load an image, but it like loads an image for like 10 seconds and plays it. It's really funny. Okay. So yeah, what I think is correct is change region instances from the current layout, which is a mesh ID, a dictionary of mesh IDs, which is a dictionary of cells, which are vector2 integers, which lead to an array, and element 0 is transforms, element 1 is the colors, and element 2 is a modified Boolean value. To this layout, a dictionary of mesh ID, which are integers, which lead to a dictionary of cells, which are vector 2s, which lead to a dictionary of transforms, colors, modified collision, which is transforms will just be the array, colors will be the array, modified will be Boolean, collision will be a Boolean. Then either change update MMIs to check for collision flags on modified cells, or a new function that accepts an array of region IDs and runs all the current code from the PR on the cells in those regions. The reason to stay in the instance DB is because all the information we need for collision is there. The mesh ID, the cell location, and region location, transforms of the instances in those cells, and all the transforms of the instances in those cells relative to region location. This keeps collision granular to 32 by 32 areas, lowering the number of collision shapes needed to create even for very large regions. Because like I said, our region could be 2048 by 2048. That's like my entire map. I think that is the size of, actually no, that's a quarter of my map. 2048 by 2048 is a quarter of my map. I do not want to turn on a quarter of all the colliders on my map, because if I have me and 3 zombies can turn on everything. So at least if it was 32 by 32, I would need like assuming I would turn on 1 cell for every entity. How many even would I need actually? Let me do the math really quick. So I have a 4096 or 4096 area over 32. 128 times 128. I would need to have 16,000 entities in the world to load every collider if I had 1 cell turned on per entity. I'm not going to have that many. I'm going to have 100 is my goal. 150 is the max. There's no way I'm going to have more than 150 zombies or collision things in the world. Collision things that can at least move around and should collide. Like, I don't really have an issue if a gun fires on its own on the other side of the map and the bullet comes out and like rolls through a tree. I don't care about that. I'm okay with not turning on colliders so that the bullet shells don't turn on colliders. The bullet casings don't turn on colliders. I'm fine with that. But at least if like I'm nearby, if there is an entity nearby, then that collider would be on because the entity might be able to walk into that collider. Then the casing would actually bounce off it. But I don't... All I need is to say, go through my list of 100 zombies, plus the player, figure out what cells they're in, tell Terrain 3D, hey, or turn on collision for those cells, and then tell Terrain 3D, alright, here's your regions, go do your work. Go make collision happen. And that's all I would have to do. That'd be the best world. I don't know if I read it. So in reply said, that data is only written to by the editor. We only want to read from it in the collision PR. Yeah, I think we should only read from it, but that's where all the data is, I guess. I don't think it's, I get where he's going with it. The idea is that collision doesn't control that data. The editor, when you paint, controls that data. But that's just like where it should go. That's the place that is the way. What is that line out there too? I don't understand what that line is. That line's like a broken glitch or something. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Don't you hate it when your build is using the wrong shaders? Yeah, I do hate that. It's pretty annoying when that happens. Now I get 2 lines off to infinity over there. Interesting. What is that line? I thought maybe that line is like pointing to like my center point, but it's not. It's definitely pointing to cell positions and not region locations. Oh, maybe it is region location because it's actually really far away from me. That's way out there. Yeah, it's pointing to like the origin of. Because the terrain is raised, it looks like it just happens to be perfectly aligned with that, but that's not where it really is. If I go over here. Okay, no, whatever that is, it's like totally. It's totally bugged. It's like non-functional actually. That line just gets stuck at 0, 0 and doesn't come over. Yeah, this is that's like a line to the negative corner of the region that's rendering. A separation of concerns collision data is more dynamic than other members. Performance impact messing with that data structure so frequently. No, because I mean, I don't think so. I don't think reading from a dictionary of like maybe 100 cells, one region. I mean, okay, I will say this. Definitely, I think it's wrong the way that they have it laid out. It should totally not even be a dictionary in the first place. It should either be like some special class like of a condensed array, something like that, where position 0 is all the transforms and then all the colors, or not even that, the transforms and the colors. Actually, what would it have to be? Because I think the way that rendering works is it reads the transform and the color, so you'd want to have them both together the whole way through for each cell, and that would just be like a big line, a big array basically. But I guess an issue with that is because you can have a variable amount, a variable number of instances in a given cell. You could have 2 or you could have 200. But yeah, I see what he was saying there, that this isn't collision, this is the editor and where you're placing it. But it's not. It is the instance data. It's not the editor instance data. It's the instance data of the terrain. It literally reads that dictionary and those arrays to place these trees. The editor just has like convenience functions to modify that array. And by convenience functions, I mean this. That's a convenience thing. Also, that's really laggy when I have collision turned on, because I think it's rebuilding collision every time I paint there. Oh, don't hit Control Z. Do not do that. Do not hit Control Z. Wow. This is very laggy. And those shapes are bugged and they're going to stay there too. Whoa. That's really funny. So these colliders are... So the debug collider is like really transparent and you can see through it. There's literally like 10,000 colliders sitting there. Oh my god. Yeah, there's surely no... The performance concern is when I tell it to start running. Okay, so I have to reload the project to fix that. That's a crazy bug. I could probably try to figure that bug out. I think it might just be debug. The debug freaking out. I don't think those colliders are real. I think it's just like the debug is placing colliders there and rendering them, but they're not real, and they're just not like deleting them, I think is what's happening with that. Okay, anyway. Yeah, so I gotta figure that out. That's an issue. That's a real issue. But yeah, the only concern is when I tell Terrain 3D, hey, update this region. Update region 5.2. And it'll read through all the cells, check any of them modified, have been set as modified, and then it would check what the collision state is. So it could say, all right, this cell's been modified, so we're going to work with this cell. Then we're going to check the collision state. If the collision is off, we're going to try and delete all the colliders, or recycle them. So we might add them to ones that have collision turned on, that don't have colliders, that kind of thing. And that can be this. I think currently it's literally running every physics tick. It's checking my position for this. In reality, for the player, I'm always going to be slow enough that I can check that every second. I can wait literally a full second before I check the position of the player and then update which colliders around him should be on. for the vehicle is probably still also fine. I would also reduce the cell radius from like, I think it's like 64 meters to just 32 meters. So, or even 16 meters. So that would allow me to only have like one cell turned on around me at any point. And then when I'm aiming my gun, I would do a raycast through all the regions. I would check which cells that raycast intersects with, and I would just turn on all the colliders in that line, and then I would fire my bullet raycast, and it would hit trees very far away. And I would only need to do that when I like fire the gun and I decide that I'm going to turn on colliders. And I think what I said was that could be batched still. So I would keep all those colliders on for like a second, and then I would run another check to see if I need to turn any of them off or turn any more on. So I could, you know, rapid fire, shoot my gun across the map, and it wouldn't be turning on, turning off, turning on, turning off, turning on, turning off. It would just turn it on like one time when I first shoot. Check a second later, see if like I still need to leave these on or something like that. Personally, I think you're better off rolling your own solution. You have very specific requirements and you change the APIs like it could be some kind of compromise at best. I don't think so. All I want to do is to add a Boolean for the cells. And this is still being worked on. The collider instancing is already per cell. It's just that I don't want this dynamic thing. I want to tell it where to turn that on. I want to have control over that. If the API is just set up to either run dynamic mode or not run dynamic mode, just don't, it won't do any instancing stuff until I tell it to. That's all I want. The reason I'm trying to collaborate with them is because I think what they've got is already good. That's like literally 90% done. If I can get my needs in there too, it means they get to maintain it as well. I don't have to maintain it anymore. That's also a benefit. And other people get it. Everyone else gets it too. I think at the moment they just don't. We're just trying to like communicate and like I'm trying to get my ideas in their head right now so they can understand what I'm asking for. We're already on the right track. It seems like everyone is in agreement that the instancing needs to be just ripped out of this setting. This setting should not be controlling instancing anymore. That's good. There should be like a new list right beneath it that's like instance collision, dynamic, or just, I guess, disabled. And disabled means I have to run the code or something like that. Now I just have to get them to give me the green light to put my Boolean on the cell and write the functions. Like I'm ready to go. Train 3D will know to build collision when the user calls the API function in manual mode. I'm just literally gonna copy what I wrote. I don't understand why he's asked the same question twice now, because I've answered it. Oh, that's different. I believe I have answered this twice now. Userland. Userland 1, set flags on cell. 2, tell Terrain 3D to update collision for region IDs. Terrain 3D land does what is already written in the code, except it loads cells by the flag instead of distance to target. Reason to place the code inside. Update and minimize. Instance collision is inherently part of the visual. Is inherently part of the visual. Which is also where they are rendered. It's the same reason you put a collision shape next to the mesh in the scene. The data just makes sense to be there. And I'll even do this. Reason not to. Changes the API. Change the API behavior. So a new function would exist purely to look at collision flags and only read them. And then with why I'm like trying to work with them and get it in there like an official thing is because if I do my own thing, which I am going to do partially on my own, like placing instances, I want to handle that entirely on my own. I don't want to use Terrain 3D's painting at all. Because for the reason that if I have an intersection like this, I have to go and find those. There's no current way to stop intersection from happening. I have to place them, and then I have to go and look for every intersection, delete one of them. If I say I can't do something where I want to click this mesh and like move it, I can't click it and scale it, rotate it, I can't modify this at all. I have to delete it. I have to go in here, I'd have to type in every value that I wanted to have, and then click exactly where I want it. That'd be really annoying. I would rather, I'm gonna write my own thing on top of it, which is just uses the API of Terrain 3D, which currently doesn't exist to do this. I mean, it actually does exist for this, for the visual part of it, but there's no way for me to tell it yet, hey, do collisions here, don't do collisions here. That I want to work into the official channel. Because if I can't get that in the official channel, I have to have more modifications on top of it that I have to maintain anytime they add a feature that I might want. Like, I literally don't know what they might do. Like, they could literally tomorrow just like add some fundamental change to the terrain that makes it run at triple the FPS, triple the performance. And somehow, for some reason, a big part of that is like some structural change to the code that manages collision. I don't know, just like a total hypothetical. But if that happens and I have code there, now I have to go pull in their changes, and it might even be such a big change that I have to like totally restart my changes, my custom stuff, because their code has just changed too much. Something fundamental has changed and I have to literally start over from scratch. So if I get mine in there, I don't have to do that. It's just part of it. And like I said, I feel like all I'm asking for is just a Boolean flag and a function. I want one Boolean flag and one function. And I think it's really good for it too, because at least from a software, especially open source software, being able to use the defaults or go in there and manually do the same thing that terrain is already doing, that's really good, because people can make optimizations on their side. They can say, hey, this terrain collision, these colliders are like exactly in my case. If I weren't to touch this, this is probably how it would go in right now, where it's tied to the collision mode and it's always dynamic. I would have to go in there and like strip a bunch of code. I have to literally change probably hundreds of lines just to pull this apart. And then I would have to add like entire functions. I'd have to disable entire functions. It'd be a mess. And like I said, that's just in the case where someone literally is like using it and says, hey, I have 1,000,000 kilometer terrain. I don't want colliders to be turned on dynamically. They immediately are forced to go and modify the code. The API does not support that. Literally not supported. Okay. Hopefully they start to understand what I'm asking for. I'm not even like trying to make a decision for them. I'm like saying reason to do it way. I'm like giving them three. I'm like, here's 3 options. I could do any of them. Here's my preferred one. If we do it this way, here's 2 more options. Here's my preferred way. Hopefully they figure it out. They figure out what I'm asking for. Oh, did I put trees all in there? I did. Oh my god. That's a cool bug. Let's see, why can't I delete these? I don't know what just happened there, but I like placed a tree on top of another tree and then deleted it. Oh, it was like colliding with the collider. Oh, that's crazy. I had the collision thing turned on and it was colliding with the collider and placing colliders on top of colliders. Trees? That's really dense. be dense. Apparently I put trees on the road. And also, like, this extra thing that I am, like, struggling to work on because I'm trying to talk with these guys at the same time. I can have, like, specific densities that I know I want on the turn for the trees. I don't have to paintbrush it and, like, hope that I'm getting roughly the same density everywhere. Because, you know, you can say, oh, well, you know, trees are, ground is random, trees are random, they're gonna, like, be a little less dense in some places. Yeah, but also, like, I know that, like, a huge swath of the forest should have, like, an average density of trees. And then I can go through later and, like, manually paint some things out that I know I don't want. I don't even know why I'm placing these here. All these trees are literally going to be deleted. I have no reason to be doing this. All right, I'm going to fix the window and get lunch. So I'll be back in a minute. And then I think after that, if there's any grants of permission for me to continue and do something that I think would be a benefit, then yeah, work on that. Or no more talking and I work on my custom placement thing. Okay, I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. All right. All right. Any messages? Nope. Okay. All right, dog just might bark randomly. Okay, I got some stuff here. That's not the right thing. What is this? I'm gonna leave that open. If Ely is here, I wouldn't want to start without him. I gotta get water. I'll actually be back in a second. I'll just be right back. I'm back. Also, I don't know if I mentioned it. This doesn't exist yet either. All the collision stuff is currently being worked on. Like I said, unfortunately, like here's the thing. I wouldn't even have to ask. If they just used a dictionary, I would not have to ask. I wouldn't have to talk to them. I could just literally write it, and they would just be like, cool, yeah, that's good. But because it's an array, I have to... that has to be remedied. Okay. I just had a realization. I just want to go ahead and say it. Part of my idea, let's just assume I'm standing here and I'm facing this way. And I fire my gun. My idea up to this point has been raycast, step through the regions in front of my raycast, collect those regions, collect the cells that my raycast intersects with, or I guess is near, toggle those cells, tell terrain, alright, update cell colliders for these regions, and it does it. Now, what's the difference between that and turning on way too many shapes? Nothing, right? There's no difference there. So I may need to come up with a smarter solution for that. A way to turn... Because once those shapes are on, now they can collide with me, and the physics server has to check all of those shapes. So my thought was turn on the shapes, run the raycast, turn off the shapes. That doesn't work, I think. For the reason of me firing my gun like an automatic rifle. I guess I'm operating on the assumption that doing that raycast, turning on colliders, checking the collision, and turning off is slower than checking cells, maybe turning anything on, and then just leaving it. Fire a second time, check the cells, don't need to turn on any cells. Does nothing, right? Fire again, don't need to turn on any cells, does nothing, and that would just... It sounds more efficient to me, but while those shapes are active, the server has to be comparing those shapes against any bodies nearby that can interact with those shapes. And I think the way that it works is it takes an access line bounding box of all the shapes in the body and checks if anything is inside of that region, and if they are, then it compares to all the shapes of the body. So that means, technically that means, if I'm standing here and I have a zombie on the other side of the map, turning on shapes, we are both within that whole area together. So the 20 shapes around that zombie are being checked to collide with me, and the 20 shapes around me are being checked to collide with the zombie. So I guess that probably means that regions, well, not even regions. I mean, okay, at the minimum, regions probably need to be their own body. But I think even that's probably bad. There could probably be an individual body for each cell. I don't know. That might be too far, because a 32 by 32, that would be 16,000 bodies. Well, if they're loaded. If there's no colliders, then the body doesn't exist, so... It would essentially have the... I mean, I guess that's actually fine. Because I was thinking, if I'm doing it... If I do a body per cell, and I turn on... I'm standing in a place that has 4 cells turned on around me. I would multiply the bodies in the world by 4. If there's a zombie loading 4 cells, now I have the 2 of us plus 4 bodies each to 8. So it'd be 10 bodies. 3 zombies loading 4 cells each. That would be 12 bodies plus us 3, 15. So I guess that's still linear growth. That's not exponential. But that's still like a 4x multiplication of physics bodies in the world. At the very least, that's probably better optimal because it'll check my bounding box. I don't intersect with any of those bodies around the world, so it doesn't even check my collision with those shapes. It won't even check that. So I guess adding the bodies makes it better. I mean, it means there's more. The physics server still has to check every pair, right? I guess there's some optimizations where it can still do something where it literally keeps track of a list of possible bodies that you could be interacting with and just exclude those. But at some point, every pair combination has to be checked. So instead of checking me with 3 zombies, it would check me with 3 zombies plus 12 collision cells. It would essentially be like the difference between 3 entities and 15 entities. And I guess that's the worst case, right? The worst case is 1. I think the worst case is 4 cells per entity, if I set the radius correctly. The vehicle would be a special case. I think it probably needs a little more than that. So its worst case might still be 4, actually, but its average case would be like 2. Actually, it might just be the average case. It might just be that its average case is 4, instead of fluctuating between 1 and 4, which would be for individual entities. Or just a thought I had. Hey, Yulia. I was. But I was waiting for you. Are you busy with boss today? Any replies? Oh, there is. Alright, I'll go with that later. I saw some, was it Young? Yeah. He's not even on the side here. Apparently, the Game Awards had like a final reveal that was really bad. Is this it? This isn't the first I sent? Is it not the first one? It is. Oh, it's... Oh, you sent me stuff yesterday. I think I just might have skipped it. Yesterday. It's High Guard. High Guard was the one that was like... Apparently it sucked. Okay. Alright. I'll watch these. They look pretty short. YouTube still thinks that I can't handle 1080p.
Do you feel it?
Why am I getting... I don't... Wait, what? What is that? Why is that on? Wait a second. Wait, what's up with this? What's up with the subtitles? They don't have English. They have auto-generated English, but they have all these other languages written? Or do I just not see English here? No, English just isn't here. That's so funny. The dialogue is English. Why were the subtitles turned on? Why are they defaulting to Arabic? And why is English not an official subtitle option? They released this with translations in so many different languages, but they didn't have just the regular English subtitles. That's funny.
Do you feel it?
Do you feel it? You feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
Something is coming.
Okay. It assumes most English-speaking gamers can't read. Yeah. I don't think you can start a trailer with, "Can you feel it? It's coming." I don't think you can say that. That's...
You feel it? Something is coming.
They discovered Shader Toy?
An intrusive pattern. Of staggering power. Reshaping reality as we know it.
Do not
Everything we
ingest.
try to keep
Resist the urge.
inside eventually worms its way out.
Why is it so quiet? It looks really cool. I like reality stuff.
You must have had good reasons.
Okay, he's gonna beat this guy up.
But we were not prepared.
I got control free.
For what would follow.
I missed that? Wait, what? Hang on, I didn't see that. What did you do? Sorry. Okay. He said, why need 2 blades when you can have 1 cylinder? It looks cool. Alright, I was about to say, I wish there was gameplay. They're at least showing something. What is this music? It's, I forgot what they call it.
Pace
Tribal music?
yourself. It's gonna get weirder.
What?
Elf.
What'd she say?
Pace yourself.
Pace yourself. He's vlogging?
It's gonna get weirder.
Did they show who this person is? Did I just miss? Oh wait, there's a picture on the table. So brother and sister, Jesse and Dylan. I want... Which one's Jesse and which one's Dylan? Those are both ambiguous names. I know people who of both genders with those names. Who is who? There's an issue with Remedy.
But we
Cool visuals,
were not
weak lore.
prepared.
Pretty cool. This is weird. This is just weird, I think, but cool. They should have just had it said Rise and Shine. Can't really see it. This is just goofy. This is like SCP writing. It's a little goofy. Our best translation is rogue or fishing. One of those two. He could be fishing. I don't know which. Didn't they have the what was this? This is a game I'm thinking of, right? A like multiplayer control thing. It's the Control franchise, SCP. It looks cool. I have heard about the I don't think it's that one exactly. I don't know if it was that one. But I think the people who made Control were making a multiplayer version of Control where it was like a dungeon crawler. But apparently they had like a couple enemy types and that's all it was. And it was like the same rooms over and over again. And the enemies were just like bullet sponges. Biblically accurate pigeon. What? Yeah. This is like Matrix stuff. This is cool. We're back to 480p. This is really cool. Yeah, I'll watch this one and then I'm gonna get back to work. CSS. Inception. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, Inception. Welcome back, Concord. What? I thought blood tea? I thought blood was like instantly not tea. I thought there was a whole thing with like Halo getting rid of blood because so they could have a T rating. And that literally was it. The blood from Halo CE made it rated M, and then the lack of it in future games made them rated T. I guess I don't understand how ratings work. I thought blood was bad.
And dangers untold. I venture without fear. And ride without rest. For coin or for cause.
Why are we filming the cinematic gameplay trailer and having the biggest hit markers I've ever seen in a game?
Rest.
I have never seen hit mark. They are larger than the pause symbol of YouTube. That's how large these are. Guys. We turned off all the UI, but we had to leave the hit markers on. Turn them off. The trailer.
For coin or for cause.
The crit marker, I guess, for the grenade.
I fight.
You critted him with a grenade. Stop. It's so bad. Stop. Why are the hit markers on? Someone's got to be asking that, right? How many times I teach this lesson, old man? Dude. He didn't. I was out touching grass, though. Okay.
Here we go.
This is an obsession. This is an obsession. Hit marker. In case you didn't realize, your grenade blew up the wall. We're going to let you know with a hit marker. Hit marker. Guys.
Here we go.
I figured out why they do it. They turned it on so that it was clear it was gameplay. Not obsession at this point, it's a fetish. They wanted to make sure you knew this was gameplay in case first-person perspective and the most obvious scripted sequence wasn't clear enough that this was real gameplay. They threw on the hit markers. That's why they did the hit markers. And their nails too. To make you realize this is gameplay.
For coin or for cause.
It's not gameplay. This is scripted. It's scripted gameplay. It's gameplay, it's scripted. But that's why they turn on the hit markers. For some reason. We're not going to realize that it's in-game unless there's hit markers.
Bringing the heat.
Your light belongs to me.
Did it say they made Apex or Valorant?
Moving in for the attack.
It said
Shield breaker
Apex.
forming.
Okay, they made Valorant? I think they actually just made Valorant. professional player. I am.
Strike fast.
AAA sucks at making game trailers.
Tower coming in.
They make stupid decisions constantly.
The enemy is on gate.
Okay, this is fine. This is pretty funny. Apex. This is pretty funny.
The enemy
Who's he
is
calling
on-
out to? Who's he calling out to? Okay, he just brought the Egyptian tank out. He just spawned in the Egyptian tank.
The enemy is on gate.
I think this is Overwatch. This is Overwatch and Valorant. This looks like Overwatch plus Valorant. Okay, it's super Valorant. It's definitely way more Valorant than Overwatch, that's for sure.
I am the coming storm.
Please, 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 please. Please, please. Guys, please. We can't just literally one-for-one copy this, alright? Like,
Give me those.
reskinning Jet does not make it an original concept, okay? It does not make it an original concept.
I am a warden, and this is my oath.
So far, the most original thing out of all that was the Egyptian tank that just kind of rolls in and breaks the force field. Is this Earth Shatter? I don't even know what that is.
Here we go.
All right, that ability is broken. All right, you can't. That okay, wait a second. If that's not an ultimate, actually, even if this is an ultimate, that's broken. All right, that's got to be balanced. There's no way this is an instant kill in the real game. You can't do that. A new breed of shooter. All right, guys, we took the orbs from Valorant. We took Jet and a little bit of Overwatch inspiration with objectives. This is literally, I don't know what character does this. From Valorant, I don't remember what character from Valorant does that, but I've seen that. I don't play Valorant, by the way. I've never played a game of Valorant in my life. I've seen like a couple of games from other people. A second Concord has hit the market. Overwatch playthrough. It's funny that you say Overwatch playthrough. This is the 7th week in a row you've shown a hero shooter in class. Last announcement, creators of Titanfall. This game will make a Concordian amount of dollars. A Concord killer. Spamming Concord 2 at the very first second he had without knowing I was actually Concord 2. Oh my god. That's sad, man. That's sad. I mean, I'll say this too. I kind of wish it was the case in our time where if you start working for a business and you see that this is what they want to make, and you should be dialed in. You should know. I mean, I guess you're not, you know, you're not a market expert, but I think anyone who's been alive and looking online at games, especially people who are like working at these studios, I wish it was a case where they would see this come across their desk and reject it. I wish it was the case where they could not hire they could not find people willing to work on this game. Because people would see this, see what the design is, and say, I'm going to pass on that. I'm not going to make that game. I understand why they don't, because they get paid whether or not the game succeeds. They get paid all the same. And I guess maybe it's just always fun, even to work on a game that you know is just not gonna, it's not gonna do well. Even if it's still fun for you, you still get paid. I just wish they didn't. I feel like if you're in that industry, you can pass up these opportunities. I feel like you can. I feel like if you're being considered for the opportunity, you've likely already had a job. You've likely already made a lot of money, and you can afford to just not participate in developing this game. I wish that was the case. This game would literally not be made. The developers working on it would have passed it up and worked on a better game, and we wouldn't get this game. We'd get a better game. If some people just said no, if we just all agreed no, the people making the decisions don't care, that's the thing. But the other thing is, if no one wants to work on this game, it can't get made, right? The decision makers don't know how to make games. Obviously, they don't even know how to come up with a concept for a game. They can't even conceptualize a game. They definitely can't make a game. I'm just saying 90% industry, 10% people are actually making the game. People are willing to spend a year or whatever it is that they spend on this game, put their name on it, spend a year making a game that no one wants to play. I wish people would not do that. I wish people would just not work on this game. I wish they literally could not find one human being in the country. I'm assuming this is made in America. I wish there was not one human being in this country that would work on this game. They could not find them. They don't exist. For us now, it's like me trying to make a PS1 style game for 2028, not knowing every indie dev on Reddit is also doing that. Well, here's the thing. That's art style. That's art style. There are good art styles. I mean, okay. Maybe I'm definitely exaggerating on art style. That's not art style. That's like a feeling more than an art style, but that's a good feeling. When games are like, I'm playing a game. When games are like, I'm playing a game, when they make you feel like you're playing a game, that's a good thing, right? There's like charm to it. Also, it's a great way to limit yourself and actually make the game faster, because you don't have to make a AAA realistic asset, and your game is going to run on pretty much any hardware when it looks like that. So your task is to make it fun and interesting. Oh, the studio is supposed to be a risky studio. The guy left EA for this? The studio? What studio even is it? I'm seeing a pattern here. I'm seeing a pattern here. The studios are... They don't want people to know their name. They don't want them to know who it is. They just want them to think, oh yeah, Titanfall was cool. That is, they want to be literally masked people in a dark room with the label Titanfall on the door. That's what they want you to think. That's what they want to look like. They want to be a closed door with the words Titanfall. Because if they said, if they wrote the studio name, then maybe you might remember that name and maybe you wouldn't buy their next game. But when their name is just Titanfall, people bought Titanfall. Imagine 2028 when all those Redditor, it's for them. Yeah. Well, that's another thing with indie games. They say there's a lot of competition. You're competing with people who spent a weekend making the game, and you're competing with people who spent a year working really hard, and they got one game out. And maybe, unfortunately, they had a poor fundamental choice on the game very early, and it was just doomed from the start. I hope that's not me. I hope I haven't made a poor fundamental choice in my game and have thus doomed it from the start. Also, actually, I want to know this, because I remember seeing this. How long did FNAF take to make? Wow. It said developed in 6 months? Wait, did I get that right? Developed in 6 months. You also have guys like this dude who are where's the game list? I mean, like, this is just crazy, right? Like, look at 2014. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. They made 25 games in 2014. I thought FNAF was in here, was it not? What did he do? Yeah, it is 2014. I don't know why it's not listed here. The same year he made FNAF, he also made the game. He also made the game Fart Hotel for Android and iOS. That's a real game. Then you have crazy guys like Scott Cawthon who just make literally 20 games a year, and eventually one of them took off. Genius. I mean, but we gotta be honest about his success. He was rolling a dice until it came up, until it worked out. He was definitely making his own luck, that's for sure. He was really making his own luck. Here's a wild one. Are RV there yet? Yeah. That explains how I make the franchise. This game will work with YouTubers. Good game for sure, but like I said, he was making his own luck for sure. Like, okay, apparently, literally his second game was Metal Gear, so... Literally his second game was Metal Gear, so... I don't know which one of these was actually the big one, though. Was it Metal Gear Solid? It might have been Metal Gear Solid. Yeah, but I mean, he made, like, he already had the idea for the game. Like, his second game was already his idea for the game. I'm assuming Penguin Adventure wasn't even his game. He probably just worked on this because he needed to get in somehow. And then Metal Gear was probably what he wanted to make the whole time. I didn't even know he was like making other games. I thought when he hit Metal Gear, like that was it. It was all Metal Gear after that. There's a lot more Metal Gear games than I thought there were. Scamjima. Furry Naruto? Is that what Boktai is? I don't think so. It just looks like a guy. Shadow Moses Island stage designer. Why don't these have links? Citation needed. I thought he had ears. Genius for copying everything and making zero original things. There's definitely an art to copying the things that work and being original where you need to be original. For a game like High Guard, this was copying everything and changing it enough to be counted as original. And I think I said it and I'll stand by it. The most original thing in here is when he spawns in the Sphinx tank. He sticks the sword in and the lion tank comes out, or whatever animal that is comes out. This is the most original thing in this game, is that. I can tell you I've never seen this before. Everything else I've seen. In fact, this target locator, you might say, oh, that's cool. I mean, this is like, I mean, essentially this is like a game mechanic. And they didn't even try to make it look interesting either. Why is this guy walking around over there?
I am becoming.
That dude is just strolling around. He's literally just wandering around. Wait a second, is this Battle Royale? What is this banner? There's like a username on this banner. Oh, you can see it right here. DB, oh no, that's a different one. DBC Wildlight 003. The other one ended like 17. Wow, this is, I just like happened to pause at the right time to spot this one. DBC Wildlight 017. No way. Here's what I'm thinking. This is Battle Royale. Look how big the map is back there. Maybe you can't see it. I don't see a wall that stops you from going over there. I don't see anything that stops you from going over there. This dude is just wandering around. This guy's just this is like an AI wandering around. And this whole last sequence is them like blowing up this building and going in and killing 2 guys.
I am the coming storm.
I didn't even see this. The big frost troll guy dies in 1 hit. And he's just puff of smoke. Poof, he's gone. That guy was not there before. Hit markers. I'll be honest, very poor gameplay from this guy. This is not a professional gamer. He's decided to reload after he's exposed himself to enemies. So he doesn't have a gun to shoot them with. Not a pro gamer here, that's for sure. And then I'm assuming he decides to do the McCree right click here, where he randomly fires wildly at a target very far away that he should just be primary firing and not inaccurate fanning the hammer. Not a pro gamer, that's for sure. You know, some mistakes here. His gun should be loaded before he does this. FPS MOBA. It's something. This is not. This is a little different. It looks like Battle Royale or something like that. Like a big map. And I thought there might have been objectives. I guess there's not really any objectives that they show. The only objective they show is them spawning in the tank. Thought maybe that's an objective. But maybe that's like a boss fight. Like maybe you gotta go somewhere, grab the sword, and then go somewhere else and open up this area. And then you get to spawn in your tank and fight a boss. Maybe I should look at this more. Yeah, this looks like a boss. Okay, there's just people in here. So the boss... Oh, this is a plate. Okay. So this guy sees him up here and he's just gonna... He's just chilling out. He's walking around. They need those scenes? Are we wrong? Wrong about what? This looks like it might be Battle Royale. It might be like PvE, like PvE, like Marathon was making, where there's like maybe 5 other teams on the map, but most of the map is you're going to objectives to, I guess, fight bosses.
Your light belongs.
Maybe it's like original Fortnite. Fortnite's like original before they like became Battle Royale was you have a base and you're safe in your base, and what you would do is you would party up, leave the base, then you would go to the big map and you would fight enemies in the big map, and then you come back to your base. FPS MOBA. Yeah, this is a base. I didn't... They're definitely... Yeah. Okay. Why don't they... Why didn't they mention that?
Into lands uncharted.
It's really not clear what this is.
And dangers
I was thinking
untold.
maybe this is like, you know, FPS arena shooter Valorant or Counter-Strike. And then I was thinking, okay, maybe it's like objective heroes like Overwatch. And now it's like, okay, but it's a really big open map. You have
And ride without rest.
mounts. Alright, not even like horses. This guy's on like a lion or something, and this guy's on a bear.
For coin or for cause, I fight to the end. Here we go.
A new breed of shooter. Why don't they... They don't actually... They like forgot to say what this game is. They actually kind of forgot. They just... Wow, they really messed up. A PvP raid shooter. So PvPvE. But you have bases that you depart from. They've really messed up. They just made this look like a super generic Valorant clone. And they like completely forgot to mention that like that's not a weapon, that's an objective.
Strike fast.
You grabbed an objective.
The enemy is armed. He's from the left.
Is this a mechanic? I'm looking for something. There's not a single unique mechanic. Maybe this ability is like, okay, you know, it's a busted ability. There's no way it can release like this. There's no way. Dude flies at you and one-shots you. There's no way. So there's that, I guess. That counts. Everything else, no. I hope this becomes a meme. This is such a good shot. This is so funny. Okay. That's enough. That's enough. I've goofed around long enough. What was a hero shooter? Something different? Yeah, they like messed up that trailer. They forgot to say what really like the gameplay was like. They showed a lot of gameplay, but it really looked like hero shooter or maybe some objective. Maybe not Concord, something like Splitgate. Maybe something like no one buys the game. I think that's what happens. I think no one buys the game. The dog just came back in, and I just closed the window, and he just looked so sad. He looked like he was so ready to just sit, to lay down and stare out the window. I opened it back up for him. It's free to play? It's free to play. Well, I mean, I guess that's better than... That'll help. But here's the question. Most people aren't crazy. I don't think most people get on a game and then just buy the cosmetics straight away. With free-to-play, it's good because you're going to get more players. So especially if it's an online thing, that's good. But the game still has to be good for someone to invest in it. So instead of no one buying the game, a lot of people will try the game and not buy any cosmetics. Or the battle pass. Or whatever they're going to do. Battle pass, cosmetics, premium battle pass, 2 battle passes, both paid for. Premium rewards. 3 currencies. You get the free currency, you get the premium currency, you get the super premium currency. Right? Okay. But there were messages. I will read them. Okay. Right. So, in response to what I wrote, I said I answered the question twice. I just copy pasted my response, and then I explained what would happen. He said, perhaps I'm being dense. I don't see any reason for the collision flag at all. In instance manual collision mode, the player is on region blah blah blah. I guess I can't say blah blah because you can't see it. It's an example. The player is on region 11, cell 1617. Okay? The game requests collision creation with, he gives a example of a function call. Looks like, yeah, the region location, the cell location, and the mesh ID. And it says it's built instantly. And he says, that's it. No need for tracking if the cell has collision enabled or not, since we aren't recreating it like we do in dynamic mode. Must be functions for has, update, and destroy. Has simply looks as if it already exists. So I think what he's missing here is, how do you know if there are colliders there? I guess that's the question. There's definitely currently a glitch, at least in editor debug mode, where when you're drawing, it spawns thousands of colliders, it seems. So something with tracking is wrong there. The reason I think for the collision flag is so that I can simply toggle a bunch at once and give it the region, and that's all I give it. And it can handle everything for itself. What he's suggesting is that I have to do all of that tracking. So when I call build instance collision, I'm going to have to here's the question. Who tracks the colliders, right? The colliders are currently tracked by cell ID, by cell position. It could also, I mean, my thought with the reason to combine both of them was, if you're painting, we're calling update MMI. That's what we're doing. I'm painting. If I move the terrain, it has to call update MMI, or it has to do some transform updates because it needs to move those transforms up or down to match the terrain at wherever they are at. So my thought is that it knows the collider exists if it's true. Or I guess actually not really. It just knows which ones it needs to look at, I guess. So, okay, so that was that message. Collision will stay in the Terrain 3D collision class and not be moved to that one. You see building collision debug instances in the instancer. Both classes pull from the region instances database. And yeah, that was the other thing. Because at least in debug mode, when you're editing it, or editor mode, that's the function that gets called, and that gets called per region. The instancer sets a flag that says, I've changed instances in this region. Somehow that also needs to call an update for the colliders. My thought was if it's in editor dynamic mode, I guess it's just editor. If it's in dynamic mode and it changes, it sees that it's been modified and can move the colliders because it knows colliders are on there and it knows the transforms have changed. But yeah. He's correct that you don't need it. My thought was that was how you would manage. From my side, I just set the cell collision, I turn it on or off, and then I pass it on to Terrain 3D. He's just saying, don't pass the flag, tell it to put colliders there, tell it to destroy colliders there. So he's moving the collision flag from them to me, essentially. I would like to have the collision flag there, because then I can read that cell and say, okay, I don't need to request colliders for the cell because I know it already has them because it's on. And I wouldn't have to do that because I would just set the flag and the management would happen on Terrain 3D side. Someone else says in a reply to separate modes and the what about these changes when he lists them? I don't know about how Terrain 3D does nav mesh baking, or if this would even be a problem, but wouldn't foliage collisions need to be needed at editor time to bake nav mesh with colliders? Yeah, so definitely I would have to figure out, at least for me, what I'm going to do with collider for navigation. Sorry, I missed this message. At least Splitgate had a cult following which kept them alive. The dumb presentation that messed them up. Titanfall fans on Suicide Watch. Yeah, that one comment. The thing about Splitgate is that was novel. Portals in a shooter is really cool. It was really fun. So I can't even say it's a cult following. It's just a good mechanic. It's a cool mechanic. It's fun to play. They messed it up because they reduced the portals way too hard. There was definitely an issue with it being too easy. Just throw a portal at the top of the map, stand behind a wall with your other portal and just shoot people in the back, and it'd be hard to shoot back at you. Because they can't see through your portal, so they just have to like spam it and hope that they're hitting you. And it's a really tiny target. Well, you have like, you know, it's just easy. You get to stand still, basically. So they had to turn down portals somehow, but they did it so hard that you almost never use them. You have to play a map like 20 times and then you finally learn what are like the good portals that you can even make that are even useful to you, very few of them are useful portals where you can even like shoot people through your portal. It's like purely, it's basically change it to movement. They had like a huge reversal. They essentially don't want you ever shooting through a portal. All the portal surfaces are pretty much only good for movement. And the maps are designed that way. The maps are designed that you can't get better angles with your portals. Your portal is always on a surface that's facing the outside of the map, so you can pretty much only walk through them. You're never going to be able to see any. You're never going to be able to look at wall over there, wall here, portal, and then shoot that direction. You can't see that portal. That portal, that's not an option for you. You're blocked on line of sight. You'd have to walk around the map and to set something like that up. It used to be that you could just see both those surfaces and do that. But now it's every surface is either at 90 degrees from each other. So when you portal, you're basically just looking at yourself. You don't gain information from your portals. You can't scout with them. You can't put a portal on a wall in a safe spot and like put one over there and like see new things. You can only see what you already see pretty much. Basically, like all the surfaces were like pushed into the wall. So if there are two surfaces that are like parallel to each other, you can only ever see one of those two surfaces. You can't see both at the same time. So I can't place a portal here, a portal there, and like gain information. I can only place a portal, place one, and see myself through my portals. You don't gain line of sight through them. Or I guess you can't expand your line of sight with portals. It was essentially made so that you can only, yeah, like I said, I've said it just a lot of times, you can only use it for travel. They need to do something else but the portals. I kind of wish they tried like escort objectives. Something else with the portals. I think they could have made them this doesn't really sound very fun, but I guess it'd be something to test. You could make portals a more limited resource. So you can put up, you spawn in, you have like 4 portal charges or something, and they recharge every 2 seconds. So, or maybe it's longer than that. Maybe they recharge every 4 or 5 seconds. You get another portal charge. You still have 4, so you can still do portal, teleport, teleport, and like whip around the map instantly, because you can just, some of the maps are just set up that way so that you can travel really fast from one side to the other map just by walking back and forth, like a step forward, step backwards, step forward, step backwards, and you just keep going through portals that way. And you can zoom around the map really fast. Way faster than movement. Than just walking or running or anything. So you can still do that. You have like 4 charges, so you could still go really far really quickly. But you can't just like throw a portal shoot, someone sees that portal, shoots their portal at it. You can't just... You paid 2 portals, they paid 1 portal to cancel yours. What was happening with what would happen if you ever did get a good setup like that? All people had to do was just keep looking at your portal that you're putting on the wall and just covering it. So they would destroy yours and replace it with theirs. But there's nothing stopping me from just saying, okay, boop, putting one right back. All right, someone destroyed it, put one back, right? Because like I said, it would cost you 2 portals, it would cost them 1 portal. Maybe it's even the case where it's free to replace someone's portal. It doesn't consume a charge to replace a portal. So I pay for 2, that dude gets 1, he doesn't even have to pay for it, and he just replaces it. Maybe that could be something they test. And then they can bring back more surfaces so you can actually shoot through your portals. I don't know. That's an idea. I feel like that would solve their obvious issue that they were trying to get rid of, which is everyone just standing still facing a wall with a portal and shooting through it, which happened in some maps. Some maps that was the only way you could play. If you were running around the map, you were essentially throwing the game because you were not playing well. There's like 20 portals in the sky looking down on you, and you're just getting shot. Okay. Is dynamic still on? No, it's disabled. Alright. I've done like nothing today. Pretty much nothing today. No one took return 86 on GitHub. What does that mean? One sec. It got very hot very quickly. I am fixing the camera. All right. Hear me out. Portals and levels with digging mechanics. I think it presents a very unique challenge to add portals and have to create FPS levels with portals in mind. It's already enough that like Portal 2, pretty much their whole development time was just making the puzzles. Because making puzzles is really hard and takes a lot of playtesting. So I would say they're doing something harder than that. They have to make a competitive game that is fun to play and doesn't feel like unfair with portals. They definitely have a harder task, I think. And I think their mistake was that they didn't playtest enough and they didn't use enough portals. They overcorrected too hard. Most maps, I'll say this, most maps, there's like one exception. There's one exception I found, but most maps in Splitgate, when I played it, it was faster to just walk. The precision you would have to aim with to hit surfaces and the distance you got with that surface was not worth it. You may as well have just walked to that location. There was one map that I think is totally busted, needs to be nerfed because they definitely screwed up on it. There is a continuous portal chain you can take to cross from one base to the other base. You only have to walk for about 2 or 3 seconds, and then you're in the portal chain and you just walk back and forth and you quickly teleport. They messed that up. That needs to be nerfed. It was like split ball or something, and you could like collect balls and bring it to your base. You would respawn, take 2 seconds to walk to your wall, teleport to the other side of the map in like 3 seconds. It would take you 2 more seconds to walk to their base, grab the ball, walk back, and then you're gone. They literally can't keep up with you unless they know the same portal chain, because they have to follow they can't follow you through the portal, of course, because your portal is going to be deleted too quickly. They have to start portaling to follow you, and then they have like less than 2 seconds to shoot you throughout the whole process. And then they have, if you get to your portal, they have to do the same thing to bring it back. They have to use that same chain to go back, or else you can outrun them and then like cut them off. Now they should have PvE. See, that's hard. That's hard. That AI might be too hard. Because they have to be aware of the portal surfaces. They do have bots, but the bots don't use portals. They actually do have bots that like backfill games, but the bots don't use portals. I think maybe they might use portals. They probably have like preset portals that they might sometimes choose to make, but they're definitely not like smart enough to see player go behind corner, portal, follow the player. They're not that smart. And that's also hard, right? You don't have a nav mesh anymore. You literally have like a 3D. You have to make an AI that understands 3 dimensions. Where normally you just have an AI that understands the ground in 2 dimensions. And looking up and down to account for the 3rd. Okay. Alright. I'm going to go and start writing this. What are you going to do about all those placeholders? The buildings? I'll figure it out one day. So set up terrain. So what this is going to do is it's going to read its parent. I guess actually I could do... get tree, process frame, connect, set up terrain, connect one shot, or connect, yeah, one shot. I guess it could be. This is the same thing. I don't know why I was trying to get complicated like that. That's the same thing. Call deferred. So what this will do is it's going to read its parent. I'll do comments. And I'm going to try to set this up so that I go crazy and I decide I want a totally different terrain tool. I could do it, and it wouldn't be too hard to move it over. Is parent already a thing? No, it's just get parent. Well, I guess this actually is a node, isn't it? If you're going to place it in the world, it has to be a node. Because get parent returns a node. Yeah. What is it? Update configuration warnings. Return. Okay. Ooh, yeah, how would I write this? I mean, I can call functions that don't actually exist. I just can't use types that may not exist. So is it get class? Yeah. Should probably be a string name. Set terrain to null. Do all this. If not, arraign. And I don't even know. All right, let's test that out. So I will add a terrain instance node. And this should have been a tool. It's not a tool. Silly me. So let's delete that and try again. This node must have a parent type of terrain 3D to function. Okay, reparenting it did not fix that. So how do I know when it reparents? It's probably a notification, right? There might be a signal for it. What notification do I get? Notification parented is set as a child of another node. Moved in parent. Notification crash. Okay. Set as a child. Okay, so notification. Wait, set. I guess this one says when the node is set as a child of another node, so notification parented is actually what I'm looking for. Drag it out here. Awesome. The warning went away. Very cool. Let's see if we can make it a little bit brighter. It is very dark. I can turn that on. Team Bash is working on the launcher, everyone's favorite part. I mean, do you need a... It's so sad that Steam exists and games make launchers. It's so sad. Apparently Steam just wasn't popular enough for the industry to decide that a launcher was unnecessary. Which I think it was. Steam was definitely popular enough that a launcher started happening. That they could have said, we don't need a launcher because Steam exists. That is the launcher. We don't need to architect any of that stuff. Alright, so we get the terrain. So I guess that was kind of the first thing. This needs to have a, you know, its parent. Now what happens? Now I need to figure out how to draw stuff. So somehow this needs to have, I guess it should have about the same thing that Terrain 3D has. We get these docks here. Right? Is that what I would want? I definitely don't want this. I definitely don't want this. I don't want that. Yeah, so let me see how Terrain 3D does that. Because I think I need that. This can contain... Alright, let me do this. Let me make it so that it will... Yeah, I think I want it that you have to put it as a child of the terrain node. It's got to be a child of the terrain node. And it's going to manage... Well, I mean, I guess maybe it doesn't need to manage that itself. I guess it's nice because I don't have to pick it. Alright, let's do this. When you're ready, set up terrain, hold deferred. This will be an export. And if terrain is not equal to null, Or I guess if terrain is null, then we skip this. And I guess I don't need that. So to get the parent, it'll try to detect it. You know? Oh, sorry. If it's not equal to null, do that. Update configuration warnings. So I will need this. So when I set when I set this, I don't do that. I would do just terrain equals value and update configuration warnings, and that's that. Okay. So if it doesn't have one, it's going to optimistically look for one. And I can reset that. Apparently resetting it doesn't update the things, which is a bit dumb. That's really dumb. Why did I not do that? Oh, did I have to save it first? I don't... Okay, so okay, click it, please. If I assign it... Oh my gosh. Terrain 3D. I guess I have to save and then it fixes itself. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I get to set it. As that's probably preferable. I totally missed that message. They need a way to distract player from other players, introduce them to their other Nightmare projects. Right. All you need when you start the game is to have a little warning box pops up and says, hey, there's a new update available. Click this box to download. So if your player is not using Steam or whatever game library software, they still get that pop-up and they say, oh, okay, there's a new version. They can click it and then go download it. Or when you, because, okay, so if you're making an MMO, it makes sense to just have networking turned on as soon as you launch the game. That's fine. If your game is not like totally multiplayer, then you just don't even mention that until they try to go online. Then you say, hey, you're not in the latest version. You can't play online. Click here to go download. And then you don't have to make a launcher and maintain a launcher. Okay. So I think my first thing I want to do was I want to have sort of just a data thing. It's essentially going to be an array of... I need some way to make the shapes, right? So my idea was I would essentially be creating meshes on top of the terrain. Using a... I think maybe what I can do is I can do this. I was just thinking, can I just have a collection of points that will draw a mesh? Create mesh from collection of points without crossing. I don't really want to triangulate either. I don't want to I don't want to do outline to mesh. I want purely vertexes. But here's something I realized. All right, here's oh, look at that. Critter's already open. Here's the problem I just realized. So I put a point here. I put a point here. I put a point here. This point will simply do, I guess the first point will do this as well. I click one time, I place 1 point. I click the second time, I place the second point. There's only 2 points, so very simple. We just connect them. Okay, maybe I should draw these larger. And then we connect. That's easy, that's trivial. I place point number 3. Let me do this. Let me do it like this. I place point number 3. Alright, pretty trivial. We connect to the 2 closest points. We now have a triangle. Now, I place a strategically difficult point right here. Now, if I follow the naive approach of connecting it to the 2 closest points, well, obviously this is what we do. I make this shape. So how do I rectify this? I am missing this area, and I have 2 over, and this overlaps. What I could do, and I guess what I would say is the right way to do this, is to connect it to the 2 closest points, but anytime I pick a close point that crosses another edge, I say, okay, excluding that point, the 2 closest points. So now I get a mesh like this. However, this isn't really how it would work, because how it would really work is... Ooh, I guess he's... Ooh. How it would really work is this. I just have 4 points, and I get to make a mesh out of this. This is how it starts. I start the game, I get 4 points, what do I do? The naive approach, connect all the outer points, and then split faces. This is what would happen, or this way, either way is fine. I'm assuming this is how triangulation from an outline would work. You start by outlining, and then you fill in. Then you triangulate the inside. But I don't want that, because I can place a point here. What should happen? I might unfortunately get this result. That seems bad, right? I don't like that. I would rather have this. Because this is what I would see in the editor when I run this. So I'd say, oh, okay, well, here's my triangles. I can move this over and over there, this one like that, whatever. But if this is what I see in the editor, I might not even see this other point. I might literally just not see it because there's a line here. And if it gets way too close, if it goes, let's even do this. It goes inside. Now what do I do? I think reasonably this is what I should do. But what's to stop me from doing this? Nothing, right? Nothing at all. So I load up from 4 points. Do I fill that in? I don't know. Or do I draw it like this? Both ways. Any 4 points, both ways are valid, right? This is valid. I end up with 3 triangles. Or what's another way I could do this? I think those are probably the only options, right? Just this. 2 triangles or 3 triangles. So just placing points isn't enough. I would have to also draw the edges. I would have to save the edges. But the real issue, I guess, is now what happens if I were to drag this point out, or like through this. What happens if I drag this point over here? I drag it over here. What's the key to do this? I don't know. Oh, it's E, I think. I drag that point over there. I mean, like, would this be the result then? Whoops. Would this be the result? Like, that doesn't make any sense, right? I have overlapping faces here. So essentially where I'm going with this is that it's difficult. This is a hard problem, right? This is actually kind of a hard problem. So how can I do this? Because I think from these 4 points, the result should be this. Or the result should be this. And this one, actually, if this was the result, okay, that's fine, right? But we can't put a line there. I guess we could do that. That's also fine. But yeah, what's to stop me from doing this? These are the same result, right? Maybe I would add a like difficult problem. So maybe what I do is I save the points. I save not even the points. I do, what would it be? It'd be like winding order or something. Actually, winding order doesn't matter. I just have 3 points in a row. 3 points in a row, there's only one possible way to connect those points. That's just connect every point to every other point, and you have a triangle every time. Well, I'd have to have indices, right? So I would have my array of points, my vertexes, and then I would have the indexed winding pattern, I guess. So if I'm going from the editor, purely the editor, I place 3 points, there's only one possible there's only one triangle that can be drawn. I place the second point, or a 4th point, and I say, all right, we're going to add a new face. We can add a new face. We're going to connect it to the closest 2 vertices without crossing any existing edges. So for this case, the two closest ones are obviously these ones. There's no problem there. But actually, yeah, like what happens if I click in the middle? What happens if I click in the middle here? I guess I just discard. I guess I would have to discard that. I can't possibly fit this in here. Technically, in this case, I can. I connected every other one, and now I just go from one triangle to three triangles, but the area doesn't grow. I guess I just have to ignore that. If I add a new point and it exists inside of any other triangle, I discard it. I ignore that. If I click, I'll click over here. A difficult point. The two closest ones are obviously these two, but this is going to cross an edge. So I discard that option, and I pick the next closest point, and I draw there. And from this point, I don't think I can make any difficult choices. Oh, perhaps I actually can. This is probably a difficult choice again. This is obviously the first choice. Second choice is probably this one. Third choice might even be this one. And then fourth choice, last choice is this one. So I still stick with triangles. I just need some kind of algorithm to make sure that I'm not crossing and I'm not placing a point inside of another face. Which I guess in that case, I pick the three closest points and I check if that exists as a face. And if the three closest points are a face, actually I guess in this case that wouldn't really work. This would be the three closest points to this one. So I'd say this is not a face. I guess it picks... Yeah, is there a fast way to detect if that's... I guess I have to look up an algorithm for that. I don't know the solution to that. There's definitely, like, probably a really quick way to figure out where this point could possibly lie in. It might even be, like, pick the closest 4 points, but then I think of something like... Actually, I guess that always works, doesn't it? Pick the 4 closest points and check every face that those points make. Oh, no. I think... Or no, yeah. I picked the 4 closest... Maybe I only need to pick the closest 3 or closest 2 points. Check every face that those 2 points are part of. And if one of those faces contains the point, then I can discard it. That'd probably be a quick way to optimize that, right? Find the 2 closest points, check every face that exists, and then compare against those faces. Maybe even just the closest point. This doesn't contain anything like that. Oh yeah, the closest point doesn't work. If I pick a point right here, the closest point is probably that guy. So every face that this guy is part of does not include this point, but it is clearly inside of the set. So the closest 2 points, I think it's probably provable that it will... One of the 2 closest points will contain... If it's inside of a face, the 2 closest points should contain a face that encloses that point. I think so. And if it's outside the set, I probably only get like 1 face, right? I would check this against these 2. And then they're only part of... I guess this one's actually part of 2 faces, so I would check 2 faces for that one. Yeah, closest 2 points sounds like it does it, actually. Alright. Let me go on that. I will call this... I'll do... So I know I'm making this an export, but it's not going to be an export. It's going to be like a hidden It's going to be a non-editor export. I'm just doing this so that it gets saved with the scene. But essentially, I'm just going to test this by, like, I will click add point and, like, type in its position or something. Okay, let's do this. What is it? Vertices? This should actually be a packed. This is in terrain space, so this is unscaled, so everything is in integer. So it will be a packed in 32 array, I think. That allows me to have signed values up to, is it 2 billion? 2 billion? Yeah, that's definitely enough. We're not making a 2 billion size triangle anytime soon. So set, we'll take value, I guess, and it will do and update faces, I guess. Is there a case where I'm not adding a face from a point? I guess it's possible. I could discard it. Actually, no, I don't do this. I don't do this. I'll have a button. I think it's like cool button. Can I look at how this works? The name and then it equals a function. Okay. Wait, what? The name color rect? Oh, what? Hello? I'm so confused. Oh, wait. Oh, icon. Okay. Icon for the button. Right. Okay. I will have export var a vector 2i. It will be add vertex. Add vertex. So this will actually, I guess I don't really need to do that. I'll just I'll just copy this so I'm not like possibly modifying it. And then so I have vertices, and then I would have what do they call this? I don't remember what they call this. Anyway, this is going to be the faces, or the vertex indexes. Yeah. Okay. So for now, I'll just say if vertices is empty, we just accept it, append vertex, and indexes append 0. I mean, yeah, this should just be 0, right? Append array vertex. What do I get with this? Is there a way to convert this to a packed array? I mean, the thing is, a vector 2i is actually a packed int array. It actually is, which is really weird that it doesn't allow me to do this. Oh well. Okay, if vertices size is 1, indexes append 1, and same thing again, return. Actually, I guess what I can do is I can say if vertices size is less than 3, then I'm doing this. Append vertices size, and then append these, and then return. And I guess I can do another check here if vertices size is equal to 3. Do I do something? No. If that's the case, we're always just adding the next one. We don't care. Now, once we add the 4th one, now we gotta start doing checks. I guess for now, I'll just do the naive way. I'm gonna pick the last 2 that I added and add the new one. So this will be next face, Act1032 array will be equal to indexes. Let me stash the size here. So I'm going to use this a bunch. Yeah, I'll do vertex count. Indexes, vertex count. I'll go up the last 2 indices that I wrote. So I guess it's -2 and -1. And then just vertex count. And then I will do vertices append X. Yeah, let me do this. Vertices resize vertex count +2. +1 is Y. I'll space it like that so it's nice. And then copy this. And then of course need to add it. Indexes, append array, next face. Okay. And these are going to be visible so I can see them. Okay. So I'm just going to see if this works. If I can like interact with this. Nothing's going to show up. I guess these should actually start as something. Interesting. I don't know what's going on with that. That just looks kind of weird. All right. So yeah, nothing's going to show up here. I'm just going to be looking at what's happening to indexes when I modify this. So I'll just add the first one. Okay. It didn't work. I'm not really sure what that was. Why is it not doing anything? Do I need to reload the scene? Why is it not doing anything? Oh, they're here. Okay, cool. Oh, that's really weird. Also, it's adding 0? How did it add 0 twice? Also, why did it add 0 twice? Alright, it's pretty bugged out right now. Okay, you know what? Let me just do this. I'm gonna hide these. I'm going to hide these. Hint none. And then no editor. Oh, no, here. All right. And why is next vertex actually not an export? Oh, I guess I just actually deleted it, so that's why. All right. I don't see it anymore, so now all I'm going to do is I'm just going to print it. I'm going to print add vertex. Copy these. Paste these. Okay, now I will just see. I click add vertex, nothing happens. Oh, because I have them turned off. Okay. Vertices 0, 0. Indices 0. Alright. So I'm going to add 2 and 1. 0, 0, 2 and 1, 0 and 2. Okay, so that's not correct. This should be getting... I mean, I guess it's actually fine, really, if you think about it. That's actually fine. That actually saves some math. That's fine. Yeah, that's totally fine, actually. I'm okay with that. Alright, and so I have a point 0, 0. Try... The, I don't think the order of these should matter. I guess the order matters. How does the order matter here? Okay. Winding order matters when I'm rendering as a debug. So how do I make sure that these are ordered in a certain way? They technically don't matter for checking if a point is inside of it, I think, but sort vertexes clockwise. Flashbang. Wow, that's really bad. Given an array of xy points, how do I sort the points of the array in clockwise order on their overall average center point? Compute the center point, then sort the points using whatever sorting algorithm you like. But use special comparison routine to determine whether one point is less than the other. You can check whether one point is to the left or to the right of the other in relation to the center by the simple calculation. If the result is 0, they are on the same line from the center. If it's positive or negative, then it is one side or the other. So the function can look like this. So order points clockwise starting from 12 o'clock. Okay, yeah, this has so many more positives than that. So det ax minus center x by minus center y minus bx center x times whoops. Good for the comparison can look like this. Less is left, right? Using it, you can construct a less than relation to compare points and determine the order in which they should appear in the sorted array. Find where is the beginning of that order. I mean, what angle will be the starting one? Positive half of x-axis. Okay. So I'm just sorting 3 points. I'm always just sorting one triangle at a time. I'm not sorting any more than 3 points. If ax minus the center ax is greater than 0, ax minus center x is less than 0, and that one's greater than or equal to 0. If ax center x is 0 and they are both 0, check the y. Be the cross product of vectors. So in the case that they're both positive or they're both negative, if it's less than 0, return true. If it's greater than 0, return false. Same line from the center. Which point is closer? Okay. So I guess I do this. Though this seems pretty in-depth, honestly. I guess maybe I would just do like sort or compare. Yeah, I think I just do a compare function, right? What I'm really doing is I'm sorting the indexes. I'm sorting the index points, right? So, given an initial index location, sort those three. Okay, so this would be sort index first. Sorts the indexes n to n plus 3. I guess actually n to n plus 2. In clockwise order. Okay. So I'll get the vertices. Should I do VA, vertex A? I'll do VA. Vertices. You know what? Let me change this from vertices to vertexes. I'll write it like that. Vertices, indexes first. Well, actually, sort vertices A, B, and then an integer. I guess I should be compare vertices. Compares two vertices returns let's actually be a bool. Returns true if B is less than A, and false if A is less than or equal to B. All right. So this is I have to do 3 comparisons, right? So this is going to be run like one time every time I add a vertex. That's all it's going to be used for. So it's not. It doesn't need to be performant. If compare vertices first plus 1, this means they should be swapped. Then if compare vertices first and first plus 2, then will be indexes first, indexes first. So if this is true, this means they should be swapped. So I guess I'll do a comment. 1, 0, and 2. This means 1, 2, and 0. So I'm swapping first. Alright, I guess. So if this is true, I'm swapping the first 2. So I guess I can just do and indexes first plus 1 is T. Then again, I would have it here. T should be equal to, I don't know why I got rid of the comments. One, 0, and 2. I'll show this N. Keep things trivial for myself. Okay, we're just going to keep covering exactly where I want to click every time. That's cool. Nice. So 0 and 2 swap. And this would mean 2 and 0 swap. So we're going to stash. I guess we don't actually need to do that. This should just be indexes N plus 2 is equal to T, and indexes N plus 1 equals N plus 2. And this just means if we need to swap them, right? So if we don't have to swap them, then we're not swapping them. And it should be keeping the transitive property. And because I think it's also because it's clockwise, I don't have to do this check. If I don't have to sort it, then yeah, how do you sort 3 numbers? Do they follow the transitive property, right? I guess it's not exactly that way. Because the order A, B, and C are the same as B, C, and A. So I only have to do 2 comparisons, I think. The third comparison is a mistake to make. So if I'm not swapping the first 2, is this all I have to do? I'll leave this comment there so I know. This means I'm swapping those 2. This one means I'm swapping those 2. So this would be t equals n plus 1, and plus 1 is 2, and plus 2 is t. I think that's all I have to do. And that should always sort them in a clockwise order. And I should just be able to look at it and tell. I should just be able to look at the numbers and tell. Put them in any order. Actually, it should just be sort the indexes in clockwise order. Vertices of A and B. Oh, yeah, I was kind of wrong about this. So it should be array 0, array 1. Now this is just 0, 0, 1, 1. This should be array 1 and 2. I guess this could, I mean, nah, yeah, I'll leave it like that. Flip these 2 around. So what I would say is do this. I just resize them. I'm less than 3. I don't care. And then I guess I would say if vertex count was 2. Oh, vertex count is wrong. So if vertex count is less than, let's look at this. Yeah, I'm using vertex count a bunch. Whoops. If index count is less than 3, indexes append vertex count. If index count was equal to 2, then I want to sort indexes. Indexes. Pretty simple there. Print them out. Do this. Then I would do sort indexes. Next face. Append. Alright. Flashbang. Now, I'm going to get this all written in there. So I'll just copy the function, I guess, and fit it. Okay. I guess I would have to pass a center point then, wouldn't I? So a center point should just be that's just the average of every point together, right? Okay. I'll actually write this 0, 1, and 2 is equivalent to 2, 0, 1. I guess it probably less cryptic way is 1, 2, 0. These are equivalent. So to get a center point, so I would just be averaging all these points. So I guess I would do var c vector 2. Can I round it? I can probably round it. What if the center point lies outside? I won't risk it, I'll just do vector 2. Then it would be 0 plus 1, 1 plus 1, plus 1. I'll line it up to be nice. And then this would be divided by 3. Cool. Vector 2. Alright. So if vertices, okay, so this would be should I do like get vertex? Maybe I need to get vertex. Can I take a vector? No, I can't create one from that. Okay. Yeah, just do it like that. Oh. If VAX minus center X. Okay, so this will be AC. Yeah, so I'm computing that like all the time. AC, AY. Yeah, okay. Will be A dot X minus VA, sorry, VA. I just wrote VAX. BCX. If ACX is greater than or equal to 0 and BCX is less than 0, turn true. ACX is less than 0 and BCX is greater than or equal to 0, false. So false if B is less than A. I guess it's returning... Oh yeah, it's returning false if A is less than or equal to B. And true if B is less than or equal to A. So this means on the X side, if this one comes before that one, then they should be swapped. This seems strange, actually. Oh, this is... So greater than or equal to 0 means that A is over here, B would be over here, negative. So... I know that, at least clockwise, if they're above the y-axis, it's A then B. If they're below the y-axis, it should be B then A. Because I think of what if I have 2 points here and this one here. It should be this one, and then comparing these 2 points. I guess would I compare the first point with the second point and then the first point with the third point? Let me read this. So if B minus the center is less than 0, that means B is to the left of the center. And this one's to the right of the center. Thing is, it matters this way. This thing matters, right? Why does this work? No, why does this work? I guess it needs the case that I compare every possible option. So okay. So this doesn't really make sense because what if my 2 points are like at the bottom and then my third point is up here? Clockwise would mean any order where the point that follows this one is the positive point. If I make this swap, okay, let's do this. I'm just going to do this. So if I swap those two, I need to make this comparison. If I swap these two, then I'm actually done, I think. I'm done here. If I don't... Also, I move T into 1, then I can just move it over again. Otherwise, I have to compare 0 and 2 now, right? I guess it would actually be 2, 1, and 0. I'll write it like this, so it's like consistent. The notation is consistent here. This one that stays in the same place. This one that stays in the same place. This one that stays in the same place. I guess I would actually write swap 0 and 1. Swap 1 and 2. This is swap 0 and 2. T will be 0. Actually, T is already 0. If I swap 0 and 1, T is actually where 1 is. I'm swapping 1 and 2. Like I said, T is where 1 is. So here T has to be 0. array 0 is array 2. Array 2 is T. Okay. I have to make 3 comparisons, right? So otherwise, I can compare 0 into. I guess I can compare 1 and 2. Actually, I guess T is 0, so I guess I would compare 0 and 2 first. And you know what? I'll do vector 2y, vector 2y. So I can just do ax, bx, or I guess I would do acx, bcx. No, so it just comes to ax. Okay. So now what I would have is O. I'll call that O. A and B. Swap A and B. This would be then technically A and C. This is O. O. I swapped A and B, so this will actually be B and C. AB, AC. And then BC, and then I'd be done. I've compared everything. C is there twice, A is there twice, B is there twice. Cool. Okay, so 1 currently holds T, so I can just apply it right away. Otherwise, I have to get B, which is now in 0, and then swap those two. Okay, compared A and B, I will compare A and C. I wish we'd stop doing that. And then I only have to make one more comparison. I would then compare... I compared A and B, I compared A and C, so I have to compare B and C. C is currently in 0. T currently contains A, so I would have to change that. So I'm swapping A and B. A, which is currently at 1. C, which is currently at 2. A, which is currently at 0. E is currently at 1. And this would be B, which is currently at 0. C, which is at 2. A, which is at 0. C is at 2. B would be at 1, and C would be at 0. I guess I'm actually storing it into 1. One, set 1 to 0, 0 becomes D. Okay. That's 3 comparisons there. And then otherwise, compare vertices O, E, and C. I'll throw this in here. All right. 3 comparisons made. All the sorting. All right. Okay, so now I'm fine with writing this stuff out, because we're doing the comparison between 3 points. So then, if a CX is 0, which I guess there's is there a floating point inaccuracy here? I guess it's actually fine. They're both in the center plane. If A is above the center or B is above the center, return the greater of the two. Yeah, okay. So true means they should be swapped. So in this case, I actually don't want to swap these two. So what I really return if true if B is less than A, which means B should be before A. If A is above B, I'm going clockwise, it's already in the correct order. So A, then B, A, then B. If one's above the other. Yeah, in this case, they're both, okay, so if they're both above the center, I guess I would do... I mean, I guess in this case, if they're both... If they're on the same line, should it not return less? True if A is less than B. So I want it the other way around. They should be swapped. So I guess I'm just inverting the comparisons. Is that right? BCX, ACX, B6, ACX, BY, AY, BY, AY. So otherwise, they're both negatives, or... Yeah, they're both negative. So in this case, they're both below the center, so I want the one further away to be last. I want the closer one to stay where it's at. So if A is greater than B, that means A is closer to the center. So I would want to return false. This is strange. Less. So if X is there and B is here, this is strange. Also, I'm inverted in the camera, so when I am pointing, it's actually the other way around, but if A is here and B is there, so that's what this means. Actually, I guess this means B is like this. B is in the negatives and A is over here. So I actually want to return true if they should be swapped, which means yes, I actually want it to be A then B. So here, this means that I have A then B. A is less than B, so I want to return false. Here I would have A and B are on the same, are together. If either is positive, let me do this. Or like this. So if A is above the center or B is above the center, I want to return true if so if A is above the center and B, what would I want? They said I want closer to it. So if A is over B, I don't want to swap them. I don't want to swap them. If B is over A, I also don't want to swap them. If they're both together, I guess I would say if they're both above. If they are both above. This is strange. This is really strange. I'm not quite understanding why it's like this. That's this one. Make sure the points that have x, 0, and negative y are sorted starting from ones that are further from the center. If you don't care about the order of points on the same hour, I guess I don't care, actually. It doesn't matter, right? It really doesn't. I can omit this statement and just return a y is greater than by. Yeah, I think this doesn't matter to me. True if B is less than A. This would be true. So I'll actually return it in the order that is kind of correct. So this means it would favor putting negative values after positive values, right? It would put larger values closer to positive infinity before values closer to negative infinity. All right. I guess I write this. I don't need to do that. I can just copy the whole line. The cross product of vectors center A or C to A times C to B. Int det. These are vector 2i's, but this will actually be a float. This would be ACX times BCX. And those are also checked again, so I'll do ACY, which I can just copy these lines and change all the X's to Y's. ECX BCX minus, or sorry, ACX times BCY minus BCX times ACY. False. Does the center point? They do say this. If using integer types, you have to assure that dt, d1, d2 variables are of a type that will be able to hold the result of performed calculations. Huh? Okay, I don't know. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Also, just notice their example is a little... They just have center, like sitting, like what's center, what's point. I'm assuming that the floats really matter. If they're somehow the same, then I'm doing this. Once A and B are on the same line for the center, check which point is closer to the center. Int D1. I'll call it a float. This will be ACX. ACX times ACX plus ACY times Y. Okay. Okay. So I should have all the same code. ACX squared plus ACY squared. BCX squared plus BCY squared. Okay. Okay. Alright, I think this is it, I guess. So this will sort indexes, and then I guess that's it. It was return a vector 2i, but this cast to a vector 2. Actually, I guess these should be vector 2i's. AX plus EX CX. There we go. Thanks for following. For Can Yo1. So move that comment down there, I think. Okay. Now, am I smart enough to visually see this? Also, I probably need a button to clear vertexes. I just realized that. You look professional to me. Thanks. How are you? I'm doing all right. I am doing some tests, I guess. Best way I can describe it. I guess I have to make it a function. I'm gonna assume that it's not gonna let me just write whatever I want. Oh, what are you making, a game? Voice is pretty deep and good. Thanks. Appreciate that. A game engine at this point. No. Zombie game, and you find weapons and find zombies and shoot the zombies with the weapons you find. That's the idea. The real engine. So vertices, clear, indexes. Why are there two words for this? I'm not sure. Clear. So I'll start with 0 and 0, add. Yeah, so that's not correct. That's just not correct at all. Why did that happen? No, that's not correct. And now nothing is happening. I'm very confused. Oh, I'm getting errors. Clear vertex button is nil, but callable was expected. He's trying to be legal software? What is that? Huh? Legal software? Weave to ready for zombies. Search my weapons. Yeah. A software. I'm making a game. I'm not making... I guess it is software. What am I trying to do? I think I probably need to like reload project. I'm just gonna do it. I don't know what's going on with this. I don't trust it. Legal software. What does that mean? This is the first time you said legal software. What is that supposed to mean? I don't get it. All right, add vertex. Out of bounds 10. On line 77. I am so confused about what's going on. Okay, it might have fixed itself. Sigh. No wonder your PR's never passed. Dude, what are you talking about? Also, have they said anything? No answers. Oh, they said something and I never sent another message. Pirate software. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to make it I guess first of all, I'm going to see if it will not order something that should not be ordered. So I will be adding the next vertex at 2. And then I will be adding the last vertex at 1 and a -2. So this should not sort it. I should see 0, 2, and 4. Okay, it sorted it. Why did it sort it? Have you made games before? I have made games. I have not made a released game. I have not made a game that you can go and play. I mean, I have, but not something you go buy anywhere. Why did it sort it? Is that fine? Is that okay? So 0, 1, and -2, and 2 and 0. That's not correct. That's not correct. If index count is 2, vertex count it should not have sorted this. Okay. I'll print A was less than B. I'll print A was less than C. Actually, no, if returns true if B is less than A. So B should go before A. So this is true, this means B is less than A. This is true, this means C is less than A. If this is true, this is C is less than B, so they should be swapped. Possibly it's my ordering, might be weird. That I can play. It's like, it is just on GitHub right now. So if you wanted to, you could go and play it. It is not something you can download and just play right away. You'd have to go building a bunch of, you have to go compiling stuff. So it's not there yet. C is less than B. Same thing again. A, B, A, C, B, C. Clear vertices. 0 and 0. 2 and 0. Now -1 and, or sorry, 1 and -2. 0, 2, 0, 1, -2. So yeah, this should not, I'm definitely correct. It gets that C is ordered before B, which could only have happened here. So it reads that C comes before B. Yeah. So this is why I thought it was wrong. I tried to learn Java and other stuff. Let me cry first. What? I want to make my own game, which is relaxing and chill forest. Fight someone. Accept some tasks. Go complete them. 3D game. Learn a lot about coding. You can learn a lot about coding. You don't need to. You need like definitely a basic level for scripting. So like you want a task. There's some basic scripting there. Definitely don't have to get intense. I am doing like mesh, some form of mesh triangulation. So basically to describe it, I would like go over here. I would click 3 points on the ground and it will draw a triangle and then put trees inside that triangle. I'd click another point, it'll extend this mesh and put more trees over there. What happens if I delete a point? Maybe I'm getting crazy. Maybe I shouldn't do this. Maybe I'm getting crazy. Is it Blender? I'm using Godot. Not Blender. How do I delete a point? I don't think I delete a point. I delete a face. Yeah, I don't delete points, I delete faces. So I pick the face, I delete that. I say... yeah, I would just find that face in the indexes and drop it and see if there's any vertices that are no longer used and then drop those. I'm not like clicking a vertex and delete it. I'm like clicking the face and deleting it. All right. So yeah, like I said, this is weird. C should not have been less than B. And I understand why it thinks that, because the X value is less, but this is negative. So this would wind it the wrong way. This would wind it here, here, and here. That's counterclockwise winding. So this is just wrong? I don't understand. Why does it... This must just be wrong. XY points in clockwise order. Don't need realism. I need it to be realistic. But because of 3D cursor at the top right. Too much white screen? Yeah, I'm sorry. Can I... This is pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Can I make the font smaller? Oh. I guess I can do this. Oh, I have to do it like that so you can actually see it. Corrected the first if statements with adding negative center x and negative center y. Does this fix it if either one of them is above the center point? Then I would say okay, I dropped this if statement, so I guess I bring it back. If alright, I'll just copy it. I did drop because I thought I didn't need it, but I guess I do need it. I want to give some feedback. Some of stuff. Wait, what? I'm a guru. Olmec's master. No, that's not true. And I won't look at stuff right now. I typically only do stuff like that when I'm eating lunch. So tomorrow, if you come back, I can check it out then. But not for today. Alright, probably time to go to automatic. Alright. Tomorrow. If either one of these are positive, return if A is over B. So this would actually be different. I guess I flipped these signs around, right? So if either one of them is over, I want B to come before A if B has a larger Y value. If they're both in the negatives, then I want B to come before A. I guess the order in that case doesn't really matter. If they're both in the negatives, doesn't matter. It'd be like coming down from here. Oh, I guess actually I want the point closest to the center to be first. So if B is less than A, then I want, or sorry, they're both negative values, so I want the smaller one to come first. What? What am I trying to say? I want the one closest to the center, which means I want the smaller absolute value, which means I actually want the larger value to be first. So return... Oh, this is so weird. I can't figure... This is really odd. I think that's right. I think that's right. Okay. Clear. Wow. Right again. Add. Oh, when you get time, most time I make product and branding stuff. Oh yeah, I don't do any editing, I just put all the VODs on YouTube right now. Alright, did I add it? Okay. 2 and 0. Now I want 1 and -2, and it should not sort it. I think it's because... So, when we check these, they're both positive. This doesn't happen. But we get down here. What is it? Print BA. AB. Print AB. And print A or B greater than C. Here I will just do print less than 0. greater than 0. And then otherwise, it's the result of this evaluation. Okay. 0, 0, 2, 0. Negative, or 1, negative 2. A or B, DET was here. You're worse. Okay. I was trying to make a hard surface modeling. What does that mean? What does that mean? I don't quite understand that one. All right, so we got this result, which returns true. So this is between C and B. So I got A, B, which is not right. Oh no, that is right. Because the center point is like over there. Oh, I guess this one's actually on the center point, isn't it? I did place this one on the center point. They weren't both on the center. This is checking the cross product of vectors. I did have to flip this one around. Right? Whoops. So this was A greater than B, B greater than A. I wrote A less than B, B less than A. Wait, is that the same thing? A greater than B? No. That's B greater than A. So I guess I'll actually flip it. And B greater than A. I think I actually want to flip it like that, right? Yeah, so if either one of them is positive, I want the one furthest from the center to be first. If they're both negative, then I want... Right? Oh my gosh. Here's the thing. This returns true if B should be before A, right? True if B should be before A. True if B should be before A. So then I want the smaller one. So if A is smaller... No, it's the same thing, actually. This is if they're both negative. Then I want to go to... Does it actually not matter? Why? No, okay. So I thought it might have been this one doing it. It's obviously not this one doing it. Which is what I thought it was. Jeez. Sorry, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to, should not be your focus. Yeah, probably. 3D art. Okay. I live in Colorado. He's a fake Irish. Not from... I'm not... from there. I wasn't... I have never lived there. I'm reading. I'm just also trying to think about this. Are you from Colorado? Right. I gotta turn my screen right instead. What is this? What is this? If we're on the same line, I want, if either value is positive, I want that one first. So if either value is positive, right here, I want that one first, which means I want to make a swap. Okay? If they're both negative, then if they're both below the center, then I want the one most negative first. So I will write this as if I want the swap, right? So by is less than ay. I want to swap when this happens. Okay. Now, the cross product of vectors, this is weird because you can't visualize. I don't know how to visualize that in 2D. That's weird. I can visualize that in 3D. Cross product is just a perpendicular vector to both. 2D, I don't know what that... I don't have a visualization for that. Pakistan? Cool. We're all the same to them, except Turkish people. I have never said anything like that. I'm not them. I don't know who them is. Who said you're them? Who is them? Who is them? I think he hates them. Maybe that. You clearly were like making a joke implying that I'm them, is what you said. And I said, I'm not them. I never said that. I just have to be clear. I won't let you slander my name. I would never. You know me? Yeah, I do. Well enough. Alright, what does this mean? This is really strange. The cross product. So they say like. Okay. Get ready for a flashbang. Cross product of 2D vector. What does this mean? Oh. All right. Oh, the text is dark. I can't read it. What does this mean? I have two vectors in the coordinate plane. Dot product scalar. Yeah. Cross product is a multiplication of vectors that leads to a vector. But it doesn't. That's not what he wrote. What does this mean? I don't know this math. You don't like them. Who is them? The whole coding is strange. I don't... What is a... Yeah, a cross product is another vector. DET. I don't know what DET means. What is DET? They say cross product, but then they write DET. AX BY. AX times BY minus BX times AY. AX times BY minus BX times AY. Gonna scrim? Nope. My Discord is... Oh wait, who are you asking? You're asking me? Yelia? My Discord is in the Twitch, on Twitch. You scroll down. Should be there. Compute cross product of vectors. Center... That's not... Okay. What is a cross product of two-dimensional vectors? Cross product of two-dimensional vectors is a vector perpendicular to the plane that contains in 3 dimensions. What about a cross product in 2 dimensions? Note that no plane can be defined by 2 collinear vectors. This isn't a cross product either. Definition of the cross product of any 2 non-collinear vectors in the coordinate plane I and j as unit vectors. I and j is parallel to k. No, man. Okay, I don't know what that side is. That's wrong. Also, why is the question not? Why does this just show me... Alright, flashbang, I gotta read the question. The cross product is a binary operation of 2 vectors in 3-dimensional... Yeah. So vector 2D... Cross product of a single vector? What does that mean? You need 2 vectors. Magnitude of the vector that would result from a regular 3D cross product of the input vectors, taking their z values implicitly as 0. Awesome. Alright. That's all I needed to know. So when it's positive, it points towards me. Right? Which means they're already in the right order. When they're negative, it points away from me. Which means they're not in the right order. If it's 0, that means they're basically... Okay, well, I closed it too soon. Let me see this one again. Okay, it's actually here. No, that's not right. Why is it giving me like a random one? Which one did it give me? It gives me the last answer. Wow, that's really helpful. It gives me the last answer. Okay. Returns the magnitude of the vector that will result from a regular 3D cross product of the input vectors taking their z values implicitly as 0. implementation 1. So we do vector 1x times vector 2x, vector 2y, minus vector 1y. So I'm just subtracting, I'm doing xy minus yx. xy minus yx. So if b, okay. So I'm actually just flipping these around. I understand. I'm flipping these around. Points A and B are on the same line from the center. Check which point is closer to the center. When does it get here? When does it get here? When does it get here? So this means if the vector is pointing towards me, they're in the right order. A is less than B, so I don't want to flip them. When it's pointing away from me, they're in the wrong order, which means B should go before A, which means I return true. Okay. Gotta go, wanna sleep. Alright. Have a good night. See you later. What is this? What does this mean? When did we get here? Points A and B are on the same line from the center. Same line from the center. They're not both on the center line. They have to both be on the same side of the line. But their cross product, they have to be the same point. How is this possible? When does it get here? Alright, this just means whichever point is closer to the center, I want to come first. Okay? So this is A, and this is B. So whichever one's closer, I want to be first. Sure. Alright. This has got to be correct now. Add 2, 0, add 1, -2, don't sort it. It didn't sort it. Perfect. Okay. Clear. Let's try another one. So I'm going to have 0. I'm going to do another case I don't want to sort. So I'll actually do -1 and 1. And then I will do 1, 0. And then I will do -1 and -1. And I don't want to sort this one. I mean, it can sort it, but as long as the final order is correct. Okay, so I did some swaps. So it did 2, 4, then 0. So 2, 4, then 0 means 1, 1, -1, -1, -1, 1. Okay, so that's still clockwise. That's still correct. That's fine. Okay. What other orders could I test? I don't know what piracy subreddit is celebrating Minecraft. Getting cracked? This was hard to crack and never been cracked. Honestly, it's probably not even DRM. It's probably just because they have so many places where they're trying to network and where they're trying to like essentially put viruses on your computer that it was hard to figure out. Minecraft Bedrock is notorious for being like the most dangerous game to play online. because if your server doesn't have like pretty much if your server doesn't have like antivirus on it, you're gonna end up with a virus on your server. People are going to like obliterate your world. So it's probably, that might be part of it too. Probably because they have so many network requests that they have to pull them all out. And probably because there is so much potential for like remote code execution that they probably wanted to make it safe. That'd be my guess. But then I guess it would be cracked already? I don't know. I'm not sure. Alright, I gotta take the dog out. I'll be back in a minute. That? Okay. I'm back. Oh man. I brought the Christmas tree upstairs. It was a little heavier than I thought it would be. So I'm a bit out of breath. I'm also very out of shape, so there's that too. All right. Let me do this one first. I want to return true earlier. Okay, clear. Let's try something that needs to go totally out of order. So I'm going to wind it counterclockwise. So I'm going to start with 2, 1. I'm going to go -1 and 5. And then 3, 0. So I should see I have 0, 2, 4. I should see 4, 2, 0 or some kind of order like that. Okay, so it was not 4, 2, 0. But I guess let's see if the order is still clockwise. So you start at -1 and 5. Invite me. I can tell 10 hours ago is definitely not a gym. Yeah. 1 and 5. 2, 4, 0. 3 and 0. 2 and 1. Wait, hang on. What kind of shape did I just make? Maybe I should plot this triangle. Maybe I should plot this triangle. 2, 1. -1 and 5. And 3, 0. I was thinking I might have done something like this. So it's told me 2, 4, 0. So it's telling me to this order. So okay, let me do this. I made a strange shape. I have made a strange shape. So it's told me 2, 4, 0. Right? 2, 4, 0, which is 1, -1, 5, 3, 0. -1, 5, 3, 0. So orange, purple, blue. That might be right. Orange, purple. Okay, so this is correct. This is... I didn't set out to make this shape, but I made an insane triangle, and it has found the correct winding. I was wrong. This is definitely clockwise winding. Okay. Cool, I'm actually happy with that, because that would say it would have computed B less than A. So it swaps B less than A. So it would have put 204. And then it said C is less than A. From determinant being, I think it's determinant, I don't know. From this one being positive. Alright. I do have like a gym downstairs. I don't use it. I should be doing it every day. Like I end stream, I should be going straight to that. Because I think if I actually complete the game without ever spending one day in there, I might have problems. I'm actually really healthy already. I'll say that. I'm already in very good physical shape. I was in very good physical shape. So I guess it's not like a huge issue for me. I hope Burkan knows I'm a guy. I look like Asmongold. I don't have the same hairstyle. Mine's back. His is to the side. I also don't have connection here between my mustache and my chin. Less bold. I've definitely got a bigger forehead than that guy, dude. I can fit my whole hand up here. I can fit my whole hand here without touching any hair. So. What is that? That's not real, is it? This is not real. It's not real. This is edited. It's an edited image. Hang on. Okay. Holy, should I take it back? What do you mean? I think now that you actually put, like, I'm like, okay, yeah, I have red hair, and I'm white, and long hair. Actually, we kind of look alike. I think we kind of do. I think he's got a bigger nose. I was going to say he might have a bigger nose than me. I'm actually not sure. I need to do an overlap. I would need to like I would like to like take a picture of him, imitate his face, his expression, and like try to overlay it. I need to shave? No. Okay, well, I tested like an insane shape, and it got me the correct winding. Even in this like ridiculous case, right? That's definitely clockwise. Orange, purple, blue. Reddit r/bald. One day I will be. Okay. Clear vertices. I believe this pretty well. This is pretty good. So, given a vertex, I can add it and I can properly sort the face. I can sort the face. Okay. So now, the next step is going to be making it so I can click and add vertexes. Okay. So I should be able to click and add vertexes. I'll leave the clear button there for myself, but I don't think I'm really going to be using it. Okay. So, pictures of people showing before and after shaving fully. Okay. So I gotta be able to click when I have this selected and just start painting, okay? So how can I do that? I guess I go and look at how they do that. So, is it an editor plugin? Yeah, editor plugin. Init. Godot editor window. Focus entered. Editor interface, mouse entered. Okay. Enter tree. UI. Add child. Add child. Add child, it says. So UI, this is okay. Enter tree, add child, scene changed, on changed, set up editor settings, read input. I know I don't need handles. Well, actually, I guess I do need handles. Well, that would be like edit. Is it turning 3D? UI set visible. Okay. Forward 3D GUI input. Terrain set camera, viewport camera. Called when there's a root node in the current edit scene, handles is implemented. The current edited scene and input event happens to the viewport. Return value decides whether the input event is consumed or forwarded to other plugins. Particular classes. After you input stop. Put pass in order to forward the event to other editor classes. Okay. Continue input is read input event is not custom. Okay. So read input. Where's read input? Is mouse button pressed? Or is mouse input mouse button and is released and it's left? If we pressed left or we released left, set input mode to 1. Otherwise, set input mode to 0. Navigation scheme 2-1. If right is pressed and alt is pressed, or If input was negative, camera's moving. Okay. If you press any keys, no keys, so we're clicking, input mode is 1. If it's not equal to custom, so it becomes custom. Set the camera. Get mouse location on terrain. Get mouse position. If mouse position, if full resolution, or mouse position divided by 2, or set to half resolution. Okay. Project array origin. A 3D position world space that results in projecting a point on the viewport. Ah, okay. Point on the viewport, rectangle by the inverse camera position, projection. Origin normal for... I don't know what vector... What? Origin normal. Would the origin not just be points on the viewport rectangle? Okay, I think I get it actually. I actually do get it. I understand it. Update decal. If a region tool grab mouse position without considering height, vector camera position over what? Weird. Look for intersection with terrain. Terrain get intersection, camera position, camera direction. True. True. GPU mode. Okay, yeah. May need to be called twice. Okay. If Z is that value, okay. Interesting. Otherwise, mouse goal position is intersection point. Okay. So, all right. Okay, so this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for forward 3D GUI input. Plugin. Enter tree, exit tree, disable plugin. Right. So I'm looking for a handles object. Handles object, return object is terrain instance node. Hey Danilin, my phone is dying, it cannot hold a charge anymore. And then totally unrelated to that, I need someone to buy me an explosive device. Okay. Are those two things related? There's something like stuck on the bottom of this can. I don't know what's up with that. Edit object pass. Well, actually no. I guess if I do edit, then I have to say like which one I'm editing right now. So so when we do edit, if not object clear, okay, so this is when I deselect something. Okay, if they're the same, I ignore it. Okay, and then with a different, then we do that. It's not a terrain, clear. Okay. If object is equal to edited node, return was if object is train instance node, edited node equals object, and then else edited node equals null. Yes, okay. Talking about explosive device, why? Why was the bomb placed the day before January 6th set to explode 1 minute after the guards were told to open the doors? I don't remember there being a bomb. I don't remember that. I feel like if there was a bomb, I would be really aware of that. I think me forgetting about that is really bad. There were 2 bombs, but they didn't explode. I don't know. Videos of the person who set the bombs? Oh my gosh. So someone admitted to doing it? What? FBI can't find the guy. Oh. If there's no object, null. If they're the same, return. If it is this, that's our new edited node. If not, null. Okay. Now I know what's what. So then I say forward GUI input. Or I guess I'm just, yeah, doing that. Forward input. If not edited node, return pass. Well, as we have one, then I want to know if we're in the viewport. So if I click, if I click, okay, I just need to check mouse to 0. If also, yeah, I'm not doing this stupid P stuff. If event is inputs event mouse button, I guess if it's not, then I don't care. If it is, well, if mouse is 0, return that. Okay. If the event is, then I want to do if event what is it? I'm looking for button index is left and pressed. If event pressed, if event button index equals mouse, I don't know, it's left something. Mouse button left. Mouse button right. Mouse is 2. If mouse is 1, add a vertex. Oh, what is this? Sorry, I was totally just not paying attention for a while there. A dumb, lucky Unabomber. They magically never found the person that stood there talking on the phone for several minutes. Weird that the media never talks about it and there was never a proper investigation. Yeah, I don't know about that. Sounds weird. Okay. So I need an edited node. And the edited node needs to have a thing. So if edit node arraign return pass. Okay, otherwise I want to do if edit node arraign, I guess I would do I'm doing this part first. So I'm doing camera project mouse position, viewport get mouse position. Okay, this is all like okay, I need like all of this. And honestly, I'm just gonna have a function here that's just, I'm just gonna say edit node dot project arraign. It'll take in the viewport camera and well, I mean, okay. It'll take in camera position and a camera direction. What does this take? Camera position, camera direction. Okay. It should actually return 2i. What it should return. If not terrain, return vector 2i max. Okay. Yeah. That's all weird. Predict terrain. If get class is equal to terrain 3D, I should be able to terrain 3D get intersection point. This should get raycast result? No. Okay. So I can get a position. But I need to convert that to a snapped location, an XY or an XZ position on the terrain. So I should be looking at, I guess probably data, terrain 3D data. No. I mean, I guess I just discard. Oh, this is weird. Let me go look at the code here. How do they compute this? Snap position is snap to grid. Terrain get collision target position over vertex spacing. Snap to grid. What is snap to grid? Okay. It's here. It's not here. It's here. Vector 2. I want to pick the closest vertex, right? So vertex spacing is 0.5. I would divide the position by 0.5. And that should give me the vertex position. Right? There's also something with shape size. What is shape size? $16. What? What is that? Collision shape size. The size of each collision shape. Really? If I was tracking people based on them using a credit card? That's not the only weird thing about it. Where Winds Meet has 4.9 on Play Store. Wow. That is pretty good. 4.9 is pretty good. Download Paladins, played for 11 minutes, I hated it. Wait, what? Wait. Get mesh vertex? What is get mesh vertex? Where to go? Wait, where to go? Returns the position of a terrain vertex at a certain LOD. If the position is outside of the defined regions, or there is a hole, it returns nan in the vector's y coordinate. Okay. X and Z coordinates of the vertex. Heights will be sampled around these coordinates. Height filter. Samples the height map at the exact coordinates given. Samples 1, LOD 2, and returns the lowest. That's not what I want. That's not what I want. Well, I mean, maybe it is. I don't know. Get mesh vertex. Returns the position of a terrain vertex. So I give it the global position. And it should give me back... I mean, I guess I can go look at it. This is terrain data, get mesh vertex. I can literally go look at what it does. I don't know why I'm trying to like decipher it. Get mesh vertex. I probably should just do get mesh. There we go. P global position X and Z. Oh, funny. Global position. So it doesn't snap it, it just kind of it just straight up lies to you about what's the point of that? I thought maybe it would snap it to the closest vertex and just give you that vertex location, which would be great. But nope. No. It weirdly just gives you the same vector back, but the height is set. What is the point of that? Why are we using vector 3 as a result when it's just giving me the same two numbers back? Strange. Okay, Steam Bandit. Does collision give me anything? No. Instancer give me something? Nope. Hit camera. Man, I wish they had just a method that would round it for me. I guess I have vertex spacing. So I would divide it by 2. Or I would divide it by vertex spacing. So if I'm at 0.5, I would divide it by 0.5 and I would get 1. If I was at 1, I would divide by 0.5 and get 2. If I was at 1 and it was 2, 1 divided by 2 is 0.5. Rounding that, I guess I would round up to 1. Okay, so yeah, I guess I take the position and I divide it by vertex spacing, and that's just where it is on the terrain. Alright, but I still have to do this. So, if it is a terrain 3D, then I do terrain, terrain 3D, get intersection, position, direction, and true. Origin, direction, true, divided by, sorry, vector 3, and then I would do chord would be vector 2i, vector 2i of cos x over terrain. Can I do z over terrain vertex spacing? So does vector 2i support division by a number? Operator right, int. Oh, returns a vector 2 by a float. Okay. So that doesn't work. So I have to divide it here. Return that. Otherwise, return max. And then if it is a max, oh well, get intersection, what does it return? Bookmark? Oh my gosh. Get intersection. People are focusing on Steam Bandits now. If there's no intersection, it returns a maximum double float value. You can check this case with if point Z is greater than 3.4E38. Sure. 3.4E38. Let me go see that code. Yeah, intersection. Looking straight down, you just get height. GPU. Okay, well, I guess I just read exactly how they write it. If Z, okay, so they specifically are looking for Z. So I'll check Z. What do they do? Or is nan Y? Sure. And this should round it to a vertex position. Right, so this gets me a vertex in terrain space. So given array origin and direction, finds the point in vertex space on the terrain. This vertex should be used when adding vertices. Okay. Project global. I will take a vector vertex. I don't know if I'm going to need this, but I'm just going to write it so I can go back. Given a vertex, returns the global position. Given a vertex in terrain space, returns the global position of the vertex. I guess this is the world position. Returns the world position of vertex. If not terrain, return vector 3 infinite. If it is this, I would do return vector 3. I guess I get the height, right? So I need to get the height of the terrain at that point. Which probably is a method. Maybe. Nope. So I would do data. Get height. No. It has women. Oh, okay. So I would do... Oh, I don't know why I'm thinking of that. It's just... I'm just stupid. I'm stupid. Get height. If the position goes to the vertex, the pixel on the height map is returned. The pixel height on the height map is returned. So I guess I would do... Also, they say that. What does that really mean? Terrain data. There we are. Get height, vertex spacing, snap it. If the request position is close to a vertex, return its height. Position Y. Get pixel type height. Position R. Okay. Bilinearly interpolate. Okay, I'll just let it handle that, actually. I'll just let it handle that. So, I'll just do get height. I won't do any of that. Oh, also, I'm kind of messing up. Oh, no, I'm not messing up. It would be terrain data terrain.data dot get height of vertex multiplied by spacing. That's not right. It would be get height except at vector 3. So we vector 3 of vertex x times spacing 0 vertex y spacing. I guess I actually write it like this. It's probably a lot shorter. Time spacing. And then I would do return I guess I should write this instead. Also equal to pause times terrain vertex spacing, get height at position, and then I do pause y is height. And what's returned? What do they say is returned if it's not? Returns nan if the position is a whole or outside the region. Okay, that's Yeah, whatever. If height, I guess if is nan height 3 infinite. Otherwise, I'm returning. I guess I'd actually write position dot y is equal to that, and then if is nan position y. Otherwise, I'm just returning position. It's vector 3 infinite. If terrain get class is terrain 3D, multiply by vertex spacing, position y is get height. If it's nan, return infinite, otherwise we return the position. Okay. So terrain projection is edited node. Camera pause is not declared in the current scope. Okay. So this would basically be all of this. So viewport camera. Viewport. Should be a viewport. Is that what they read? Viewport is a sub-viewport. False if was false. If stretch shrink is not equal to I guess equals to full resolution is false. Stretch is true. It's an insane way to write it. VP mouse position is that. Goes this. Then I would say if not. Okay. If this is true, then VP mouse position divide that by 2. Don't need to do any of that weird stuff. Terrain protection value. Oh, I'm just dumb. Oh no, project terrain does return a vector 2i. Okay. And I guess I can probably do this. Project terrain projection, and I guess I could do, if I'm adding a vertex, Let me actually see this. Project terrain, or I guess I would do, I'll call this intersect terrain, and I'll do function project terrain. Given a position vector 3, returns a vector 2i. So it'll do all that. I'll just copy this. Finds the I'll copy this. Sorry, I know I'm just not paying attention. Remember when Daddy Zuck spent $70 billion on Metaverse? He's doing the same in AI. Dude. The only failure about Metaverse is that it's just sucked. They did not put their best guys on it. They did not put their best guys on that. If they put their best guys on that, Metaverse could have been something. If it's terrain 3D, get intersection. If it's nan, return vector 3 infinite vector 3 vector 3 infinite return position. Otherwise, return vector 3 infinite. Okay. Do this. I don't need to do that anymore. I need to do that. I just get spacing. If an array origin and direction finds the point of intersection on the terrain given a position on the terrain, returns the corresponding point in vertex space. Given a position, returns a corresponding point in vertex space on the terrain. In general, this ignores the Y. This vertex should be used when adding vertices. Okay. So I intersect terrain. I start by intersecting terrain. This will be intersect terrain. Add vertex. This will be edit a node. Project terrain. Terrain point. All right, what's wrong with this? Oh, this should be a vector 3. Okay, now it's good. The best guys. No, I mean, they literally, like, I don't know who they put on that. I don't know who they put on that. They put, like, it sounds to me like it was just a tech project and they forgot to actually make it a game because it should have been like a game. I'm sure there's a lot of really awesome code that they wrote. But as anyone should know, making an interactive experience, it doesn't matter how good your code is. We're about a 14 billion, 49% stake in Vaporware company just get a 28-year-old called Alexander Wang. This was a year ago. It came out of that. Yeah. A rebrand MMO. Well, here's the thing. Meta, I think, was supposed to be it might have originally been meant as like a 3D chat app, VR chat. I mean, literally just VR chat. But it was meant, I think it was meant to be something that people would use in serious professions. And they essentially got all the tech working, and then they showed it. And it looked bad. That was their mistake. They basically got it like technically functional, and that's where they stopped. Wasted 70 billion remaking VR chat. Yeah. They could have had 5 to 10 people make all of that. I don't know where their money went. They probably were paying a couple people $1 million, like probably 100 people $1 million a year or something to make that. Like, that's the only explanation. Like, there had to be a lot, there had to be like rooms of people getting paid $1 million a year to make that. And that still isn't like, that's still not $1 billion. That's still not even $1 billion. You're still about $1 billion away from that. 100 people getting paid $1 million a year. After 1 year, you're still $1 billion away from. You're still $1 billion away from billion. Okay. So here at this point, I'm just gonna print. Clicked at vertex. Clicked at terrain point, vertex, oh. I guess I can just do that, right? Not all code paths return a value? Okay. Alright. Let's see what happens. Click. Click. Oh, nice. Alright, so let me go somewhere like very specific. That's like probably a hard point to get. And I'm gonna click. I'm not even gonna. How can I do this? Well, I guess I know exactly where I click because it's where my mouse is. I'm gonna click roughly in the middle of the screen, I guess. Actually, this is like a really clear color right here. I don't know if you can even see this. There's like some blue thing, so I'm clicking there. I think I deselected it because I like, yeah. Okay, so I clicked that blue thing. Let's move this over there. 876.1216. Sure. 87.7287. And then 155.0668. That looks like exactly where I clicked. Oh, that's way in there, actually. That's not where I clicked. Huh. Did I type one of these wrong? 87. 15506. That's weird. Well, it was correct from like my perspective that I didn't move, which is strange. Let me try clicking that spot again and see if I can get anything different. It moved a lot. Strangely. It moved a lot. So I guess I am supposed to call this method twice. To make the mistake again in AI. I just produced Llama 4 the worst open weight model on the market. I don't know. Alright. Is this one in a better place? It's in quite a different spot, I think. Yeah, it's a lot higher up, which is what it should be. 875 734 88263 153 923. Okay, that's a little bit closer. It's still not like correct. Alright, let's just see if it's like I'm just sitting too close to the terrain. Click there. Alright, 8754. 88.43. 153.66. But why is it so weird? Alright, let me try calling it twice then. Let me try calling it twice. Okay, so I'll try calling it twice. Click. All right. Eight. 792 154 57. So visually it looks correct, but I think I can already tell it's like way in the terrain. Yeah, so alright, let me try being way out here and clicking it. It's this spot right there. Okay. Six 4 89 46 152 51. Oh, 8 7 3. This is so stupid. This is like just totally wrong. What's up with this? This ain't right. If I have my answer on why all Chinese labs went open source models. From one of the labs, most Western countries will Western countries will never let a Chinese backend platform to operate in their border, so they're open sourcing the weights for adoption. Well, they want people to use them for sure. But and you're correct about that part. But I think the strategy is more that they want people to complain or just to adopt them so that they will decide, all right, sure, fine, I actually can use this. All right, so something's just wrong with this. The GPU is totally busted up. I don't know what's wrong with that. Something's just definitely incorrect. So I'm trying it again. I'm going to assume that just that code change was enough. So I found it. There's the spot. Click. Let's see if that's the right vertex. Eight, 7, 5, 7, 8. 8, 8, 2, 3. 1, 5, 3, 9, 6. So that looks like where I clicked. Alright, that's literally the closest one ever so far, so that's good. Let me see if I come way out here and I click from this angle. Okay. The vertex changed, but I guess that's fine because I don't exactly know where this vertex sits yet. I'll just duplicate that and place a different one. 876 46. That's very different. 8785. That is so much different. 15398. Or I guess it's 99 now. Wow, that's so different. Why does it suck? Why does it just straight up suck? What is wrong with this code? What's wrong with this? Get height. No. I'm doing terrain. Something's like wrong with this function. Normalize the direction, looking straight down. Okay. Data get height. Source position. If the height is greater, if the returned height is greater than our height, return max. Down to small increments until we find the terrain height. Am I getting the wrong thing somehow? Like, I don't understand. Because I believe that gizmo is like showing up. Alright, let me find out. I guess that's it. Let me find out how it's positioning this. UI update decal. Is this something? Update decal. Plug in mouse global position X and Z. Okay. That's pretty much it. Plug in the mouse global position. So where do we compute mouse global position? Intersection point. They call it one time with it being true. I don't understand that. Why does mine not work? They call it one time. Why does mine not work? True, and I do the same thing. Return position. I can only assume that my camera position and camera direction are wrong. So let me copy this again and see what I messed up. Because I think I must have messed something up. Viewport is viewport camera get parent. That's fine. Full resolution. A full mouse position is mouse position. And then if full resolution, if stretch shrink is true to false. Okay, so if this is equal to 2, we use that one divided by 2. Okay, so that's correct. Mouse position is correct. Camera position should be viewport camera, project ray origin, mouse position. That's correct. Whoops, wrong thing. Viewport get mouse position. That's correct. Those are both correct. So, what am I doing wrong? Because the problem is if I am over here and I click on the terrain, okay, I'm gonna click this dark patch right there. All right, I'm gonna click this dark patch right there. Okay, so this is where it thinks I clicked. 5.53 149.54. So it's like really, it's like almost there, but then it's totally not right. That's crazy. It's like it's not going far enough. It's so close, but it's just totally not right. And then the vertex is actually placing it way down there on the ground. So I'm confused on how does theirs work by doing that? That's just totally incorrect. That's not right at all. Inject pressure. Editor operate. Position camera direction. All right, what about this? Operate camera direction. So it's definitely not position on the terrain. It's definitely not that. That can't be right. What is this? Terrain 3D editor. Operate. Operation movement. Goal position minus that. Position. Movement history. Get region location. Operate region. It should be reading from like operation position or something. Region location. So confused. Inbounds? What? If valid and tools region subtract. What? I don't. How does that make any sense? Oh, if tool is region, otherwise we do operate map. Oh my gosh, okay. So we have global position. If we don't have a region there, ignore that. Whatever. Edit area. Global position, brush offset. It's not. There's no correction that they're doing. So, all right, let me look at this. Maybe input mouse motion. Update region highlight. What is this? Read input. Okay, let me see if read input is like constantly running this or something. Mouse button. Otherwise we're not pressing a button, we're not pressing a button, we're not pressing a button, we're not pressing a button. No button is pressed. No button is pressed. Okay, so mouse motion. Mouse global position. Alright, so this is just running like literally every frame or something? I don't know. Alright. I'll do this. lf event is input mouse motion. Update mouse position. So I'll do all this. And I'll just track a mouse position, I guess. So I just intersect terrain. And I will just save that, I guess. Mouse position. So at least now it's like constantly running or something. So maybe it'll be accurate because I'm constantly polling it. So should be accurate now. Then when I click, I just do map mouse position and vertex. Okay. All right, so okay. Is this hurting my frame rate when I do that? Why does it like give me so many more frames to do that? I don't know. All right, whatever. Okay, I'm just gonna click. I'm gonna click right there on this start patch. All right, so where does it think my mouse was? B4 74 153 88. All right, that's like that is kind of where I clicked. Oh my gosh, it's like snapped straight on the terrain. Okay, that's nice. All right. So here's my plan. I'm gonna do this at like half the rate. Okay, so mouse update rate. I'll do this every 3 times. Mouse position tick. So whenever I get a mouse movement event, do mouse position tick, add 1, and then if mouse position tick is less than mouse update rate, I just skip it. All right, so it may like oh, but then I have to set it here. So then I would have to like reset it at this point. Okay. So I was just a little skeptical that it might be lagging it slightly. So I guess I click log cabin, I'm getting 174. I click this one. Okay, it is lagging a little. If I move my mouse a bunch, you can see it sitting at like... I mean, I don't know, maybe, is it? I can't tell, actually. Maybe I'm just crazy. Alright, where's that blue point? Where's the blue? Where's the blue? Blue? Was it down? The blue is somewhere, right? I feel like it's really obvious because it was like this actually like very blue patch in the middle of like some brown. Alright, well, I've lost it. So I guess I need to find something else that's pretty obvious that I can click. I mean, that's like literally the most obvious thing. Was that like blue blob that was on the ground? I don't know. Anyway, I'm just gonna do that. Okay, I clicked like just to the right of that one. Is it like very precise on the terrain? Alright, that looks like about where I clicked, and it's super precise on the terrain. Okay, I've got it. The constant polling is important. Okay. Alright, so this was vertex 869153. So I guess I will place this at that point. Negative 8869. Okay, so it says the vertex that I picked was this one, I guess. Sure. Can I get wireframe? Okay, so I might disagree that that's the vertex I clicked, to be honest. Oh yeah, because it should be rounded. So if this was rounding correctly, this would have actually rounded to 870. And 153. Yeah, okay, so it would have rounded to this one if I did rounding correctly, which is definitely where I clicked. Alright, cool. So now I just need to make it round correctly, because that was pretty not good. So what would I do? Just round? I don't know. Round eye. Right. All right, cool. I'm getting there. Now I have a point, a good vertex. So I'm just going to say edit a node, add vertex, vertex. And add vertex should be printing when I call that. Yeah, so it should be printing when I call it. All right, cool. So, and then when I am actually adding the vertex, I need to return input stop, because I take the click. That's my click. Okay, so I'm going to click this and click a few times. And I'm going to clear vertices. And then, like, we'll click there. So that put it in that spot. So I'll just line that up. Okay, it picked that vertice, sure. So then I'm gonna click this direction. I mean, it doesn't matter which way is clockwise. I know which way clockwise should be. So I'm gonna click there. And then I'm gonna click here. So it gave me my second, my last, and then my first. That doesn't really seem right. Okay, so it basically did this one, and this one. That's counterclockwise. That's absolutely counterclockwise. I would just order that. So that's not good. I didn't get what I should have got. So it was like right there. I guess I had the third one. So then I clicked negative 865 and 59. Would that be there? Yeah. So it's telling me 2, 4 in this one. Yeah, I mean, that's just not... It's definitely not correct. It would be correct from down here. That would be 2, 4 in that. No, it's actually... Wait, what? Hang on, what? 2, 4, and 0. So, 2, 4, and 0. That's clockwise. Okay, good. But here is not clockwise. 2, 4, 0. It gave me a counterclockwise rotation. Okay. So... It should have said... Which is odd, because... Oh! No, I get it. So, going from 2D, it seems correct. But then in 3D... Actually, I guess it must have been my DET was wrong. Right? So I'm looking straight down at this point. The vertices are kind of hard to see, so maybe I take this off of wireframe. Okay. So this is 0, so it told me 2, 4, 0. So why did it tell me 2, 4, and 0? It told me 2, 4, and 0. So the first thing it did was it said that B was less than A due to this comparison. So it said this one should come before this one, so that's right. Okay, so 2 and 0 is so far correct. 2 and 0, sure. And then it said C was less than A. It said this one should come before A, which is not correct. A definitely comes before C. So it's possible my comparison order was just wrong there. So I compared... So it said that C comes before this one. Which is just not true. It says, right? The vertices are just being added, so A, B, and C. Okay. All right. A, B, and C. So I got 0, 2, and 4. Which, yep, that's correct. We get O. So we compared B less than A immediately, which is correct. This one should come before that, for sure. And then I compared that C should come before A. C comes before A. Which is... I mean, visually, no, that's just not right. C should not come before A. This one's closer. So if these two... All right, let me look at this. C and A, it's comparing these 2 points, right? 86617 or 157 and 865159. Okay, so it's comparing C to A. It says that C should come before A. It's just not, that's just not correct. It's definitely just not correct. So and then it said the reason it said that was that this was true. It said that the value was positive, which means it's pointing towards me. No, that's actually, wait, what? No, that's, I don't know why I thought of that. If the winding is wrong, we want to swap. That's what this means. If the winding is wrong, we want the swap. Let me check that before I changed it. Yeah, so it said, yeah, this is... If the vector points towards me, it's correct. If the vector points away from me, it's wrong. So it needs to swap. Okay. All right, well, let me try making that one again. Clear vertices. So I believe I clicked... I mean, I can literally see A. So I basically went counterclockwise, like so. Click, click, click. So it said 2, 0, and 4. That's definitely clockwise. Okay, cool. All right. Okay. And I might leave it here for now. Yeah, I might leave it here for now because this is already pretty far. This is getting pretty far there. This I thought was going to be the hardest part. Genuinely, I thought this would be the hardest part, was getting it to click and like putting faces down. I guess I'm not quite done because I still have the case where I have to click and sort the closest points and then find how I can draw a line. If I'm inside of I would say if I'm inside of a plane, I don't use it. If I'm not, then I find the 2 closest and I keep excluding values until I get 2 edges that don't intersect the shape. That part is actually going to be harder, I think. going to be this part of the script. Godot. Get closest vertices that are that will not produce edges which overlap. Existing faces. Okay. I guess I can do this actually here. To do reject vertices that lie within an existing base. I'll even write this down so I don't forget it. My theory was to get the two closest points and check all their faces. This should quickly reduce the amount of computation needed. Yeah. And guarantee a result. Okay, cool. All right. Prints out here. And I guess I should actually probably say like, well, I know if it's C and whatever. Okay. Right. Well, I'm gonna leave it there for today. Tomorrow we'll be just continuing this and doing basically just these two to-dos. And then I can start figuring out how to place instances from my regions. And a big thing is going to be taking this terrain instance node and trying to split it so I can create regions. So essentially I would have it selected. I would say create a region or whatever, and then I would start drawing it. Every time I click, it'll be trying to add a point to that region. I can select a different region. I can add points to that region. Things like that. I'd be able to select regions, delete regions. And a lot of that code is going to be basically going to be taking a click, finding the closest vertex, and I guess checking if that vertex is present inside the list. And if it is, then I consider that a click on the region, I think. Maybe not even that. Maybe it would just be give it an XZ position and testing if that click was inside. I wonder if there's a case where visually it's inside, but logically it wouldn't count as being inside. If there's some like terrain distortion, if that's possible. don't know, a big thing is definitely going to be figuring out how to draw that shape on the terrain so that it it sits on top of it. I guess I could probably use however it computes its mesh. So I guess that's what I would do, right? I'd have this face and I would gather all the vertices in between and I would build a mesh off of that using those vertices. Because I think if I click here and I go to dynamic editor, it's really faint. Yeah, it's really faint. You can't really see it at all. Go to wireframe. I mean, yeah, you really can't see it at all. And that's just, that line is annoying. So yeah, the question would be, you know, how... Okay, let me do it like this so I can actually see these nodes. How would I draw this in here, right? Like, I guess I would draw a line and compute the center of each one of these faces that it passes through, or something like that. And I guess first of all, I would do a bounding box. So I'd like turn this into a box, which would probably look like this. And then from each of those faces, I check the midpoint. If the midpoint is in my shape, I add that face as a possible face I can spawn something on. And then I would render that. I would also grab the I would render that mesh, essentially. And probably using some shader where the outline is very clear, but the internal like up and down is not. It will just like sit on top of the terrain, but like be the same shape of it. And here I guess it'd probably be a little weird because it probably would just include these two pieces. And it would probably, it might not even include these two. I guess if you're doing a really small shape, it's going to be hard to get it to fit. And then probably what you would do is you would just size it so that it fits. It fits to the mesh. So if I'm like, oh, if I want this triangle, I just click and drag it so it sits on the triangle. Okay. But I don't think I'd ever want something that precise. I would like, this shape would be like from here to here to here to here, and it would encompass this whole area. And I wouldn't care so much about what's happening at the edges. All right. Okay, well, that's it for today. Thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow. Goodbye.